All right, good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Becerra with the Office of Charter Schools. This is the December 9th Charter Schools Review Board meeting, and I'm going to take a quick roll call. As a reminder, if you are a member participating via Zoom, I cannot see you from my side, so please make sure that you're unmuting if you would like to speak. All right, Stephen Gay. Oh, he's in there. Present. Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare. Here. Dave Machado.
Here.
Hilda Parlay. Present. Todd Godby.
Present.
Eric Sanchez.
Present.
Bart Danielson. Shelley Shope.
Here.
John Eldridge.
Present.
John, are you remote? I think I saw you. Okay.
Yeah, got me?
Alex Quigley.
Okay.
Alex Granados.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum and we're working on the feedback, so hopefully we'll get that situated.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the December meeting of the Charter School Review Board. Thank you for staff for putting together the agenda for us for the next couple of days. I know we have a full busy schedule here. First order of business is to read the ethics statements. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflict of interest as we handle the work of the review board. Does any member of the review board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with interest with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. Hilda's going to recuse from Roseville Charter.
Mr. Chair, I'll be recusing from the TMSA relocation and expansion amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Machado. Anyone else? If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion for the matter and from voting on the matter. The Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure that the existence of high-quality charter schools in the via staff through e-board. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda? Okay, we have a motion from Hilda Parlay to approve the agenda. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rita. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. We also have to approve the meeting minutes from November 2024. Those were provided to us in e-board as well. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those minutes as well. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve November's meeting minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes from the November meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Rita, second by Todd. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, do we need to take a short pause on audio or are we good? Okay, we're good. Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Becerra. We have some amendments this morning.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to, your good movement. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start with movements request. I think some of our other requests are stuck in this horrible weather. Okay, so we have a request for a second delay. As you know, our office, the Office of Charter Schools is able to approve first delays. If it is a second or further along delay, then your board must make that approval. Movement Raleigh is a K-5, a slated K-5 public school. It's approved to open in Wake County and is currently in the RTO process. Their original opening date was August 2024. A one-year delay was requested and approved by the Office of Charter Schools in October 2023 to open this upcoming fall 2025. However, the board for Movement Raleigh is requesting a second delay for August 2026. The delay is requested as a result of continued challenges in finding a suitable school site. The real estate market in Raleigh and the increase in construction costs over the past 3 years have proven challenging. As you all are aware, we've heard from many schools in the planning year. And so they are requesting this second delay. You can see their enrollment chart and their materials online. They've submitted everything that is required for an amendment. There are no enrollment changes. It will just be simply a change in the year of opening to 2026. We've also included, because Movement does have several schools in the RTO process, and you've heard several applications from Movement over the last couple of years, a chart in the executive summary just giving you a synopsis of where they are at. They have, if this is approved, they will have 3 schools in the RTO cohort that is slated to open in 2026, Movement Raleigh, Movement Gastonia, and Movement West Charlotte. And then 2 previous approvals for Greensboro and Northeast Charlotte. Those schools have been withdrawn. Any questions? We also have Mr. Hurley with Movement. So if you have questions, I will have him come up and speak to you about those.
Any questions from board members?
I do have just a couple of questions, and I probably should have asked this with the first delay, but my thinking, my notes say that when we approved Movement Raleigh, they had a building at the time.
Not for Movement Raleigh.
Not for Movement Raleigh. Okay.
We've, that.
So my notes indicated there was a building that was, you also agreed it would be used for community events. I mean, maybe that was intent. Maybe there was intent there.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other question is, when we approved Movement Raleigh, you had the plan to make some hiring, including a Raleigh superintendent. Have those things been followed through, or was there a pause?
We have hired the Raleigh superintendent.
Okay. Any other positions?
No, we're waiting on securing the building.
You had a COO on the list and a CFO. Those have been
So
paused.
we have hired those for the Movement Central Network. In terms of Raleigh specific hiring, just the
Right.
superintendent. We have hired a COO. We have hired a CFO. We have a new director of compliance and scaling, Maxie Johnson, who's joining me today.
Okay,
So we have moved forward with building out the central network as we discussed.
that's good. So what's occupying your Raleigh superintendent currently?
Right now, they're coaching our middle school in Charlotte and assisting with other schools and just getting trained in the movement way.
That's great. Okay. Sorry for the difficulty.
Yeah.
In the building.
Remind me if you would, same board for all of these schools or?
Correct.
Same board.
Same board.
So just follow-up question on that. Feel confident the board has the bandwidth to potentially open 3 schools in the same school year?
If we add Raleigh, we will be adding additional board members to represent Raleigh. We've waited until we've secured the building to do that. And in terms of board width, I do think so. We're always ready to add if needed to make sure we can support those efforts.
Any other questions? Dave?
Yeah, I was going to ask that same question, Tim, but do you feel like it would be in your best interest to get some Raleigh people on the board now so they might be able to help you with the securing or some property?
We have an advisory board that we've pulled together and we have a good real estate team that's been able to find our other locations right now. Each location we've opened has been our permanent home. And so that's what we're working to find. And so I think right now, a lot of it is a function of a very tight real estate market and escalated construction costs.
Yeah. Where are you at out of the state right now? Like I just want overall understanding of South Carolina, Georgia.
Yeah.
Where are you at with that?
We've opened one school in North Charleston in South Carolina, grades K1. It's in its first year. And in August of 2025, we'll be opening up our first school in Georgia, in Fulton County, also an elementary school.
Have you needed delays in any of these other?
In North Charleston, we have not, and in Atlanta, we have not.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a request for Movement Raleigh to delay opening for a second year. That would put them on track to open in August of 2026. Would anyone like to make a motion on this request?
Mr. Chair, go ahead, Ms. Carlene.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the movement delay for another year. And I can understand the real estate market.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll just do, we won't do roll call. I'll just shout out. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion successfully passes.
All right, thank you, Movement. We will be in touch as usual and get you situated in the 2026 RTO cohort. All right, I believe TMSA is here, so we're going to move to that one. So this amendment is coming from Triad International Studies Academy. You probably remember their application. They were an applicant before you not too long ago, and they were they are scheduled to open this August in 2025 in Guilford County. They are requesting a approval to enter into an educational management organization agreement, so an EMO. As you know, if an applicant does not include that in their application and they want to down the road add an EMO or CMO or terminate a relationship with a management company, then they need to come before this board and make that request. So this is for an RTO school, not currently operating, but scheduled to open in August 2025 in Guilford County, to enter into an agreement with a new EMO in North Carolina. It's Lingua Vista Education Foundation. The board believes that this is a strategic alignment with their mission. They are a language immersion school, as you will probably remember when you hear more about the school. And they believe that this is the next best step for getting their school up and operating in August. The rationale that they have presented to our office and in the materials that are online, you can find their letter of request, their budget, and a draft management contract, is that the EMO will support its facilities and operational needs. They reached out to nearly 20 financial institutions and several NGOs and other nonprofits to try to work out their facility needs, and were unable to do that. And this management company, Lingua Vista, kind of stepped in and helped by purchasing the facility in High Point that they are planning to operate from. They have provided a $210,000 seed loan, and they are supporting TMSA during this planning year without charging any service fees. So within your materials, you can see the draft agreement. There is a fee structure that begins with a 10% service fee for the first 3 years, 12% in the 4th year, and 14% in the 5th year. There are budgetary changes that have been summarized, and you have both of the budgets from the original approved application and the new budget. But some kind of summary of that is that the EMO will provide essential resources, including things like, copying machines, custodial supplies, things like that at no cost to the school. The operational budget will be reduced as the school will no longer pay for maintenance at the existing facility, and they will not pay for things such as marketing, travel expenses, et cetera. And the personnel costs that TMSA will no longer incur include the finance officer, custodians, registrar, coordinator, technology specialist, and food service staff. And so over the first 5 years, the budget was reduced by over $129,000. There are some conflicts of interest that have been disclosed with this request. Mr. Lin Wang, a partner in the EMO, was formerly TMSA's vice chair. He has resigned from the board. And then Dr. Zhu is also an EMO partner, and he is the current board chair and will remain in his role as long as necessary to oversee the planning efforts. So that's kind of a broad background of this request. Like I said, there's all of your materials online, and we have the entire, we have the board here, and we have representatives from the EMO so that you have time to ask questions of those parties. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Tiza if you want to come up, whoever will be answering those questions, come up and kind of give a little background on your request and be available for questions.
For that introduction, Ashley, and while the board's coming forward. So I'm sure we have quite a few questions. I know I do. So to kind of the Cliff Notes version of this is that we granted your board a charter to open in 2025. Now that board has decided that you would rather doing it on your own, partner with an EMO, and you came to this realization kind of during the ready to open process. What led to that realization is my first question. My second question, why this EMO? They have no experience in operating a school in North Carolina or any other state. What other EMOs did you, when you came to the realization that maybe we need to partner with a management company, which is a fine realization to come to, why this EMO versus other established ones that already know how to do this in the state?
Hi, first of all, thank you all for having us here. We do have a prepared statement that I believe will cover much of what you just asked, and then we'll turn it over to Dr. Zhu after the prepared statement, which will cover the more granular nuances of those questions. So good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Cole. I'm the Vice Chair of Triad International Studies Academy in High Point, North Carolina. Back in Columbia, South Carolina, I also serve as CEO of Literacy SC. My entire career centers on nonprofits and education, and I hold a master's of business administration. My 10 years at South Carolina's first Mandarin immersion charter school, East Point Academy in West Columbia, South Carolina, blends pretty well with this discussion today. From 2012 to 2022, I held several volunteer leadership roles at East Point, including PTO treasurer, chair of the School Improvement Council, and 5 years on their board of directors. My 4 children were also raised within EPA's walls, and consequently, my professional and personal insights into growing an immersion charter school runs deep. During my time there, the school grew from about 200 students and 1 campus to over 750 students and 2 large campuses. Hypergrowth held many hurdles for us, and the pressures of governing and managing such an intense operation overwhelmed us all. Each of East Point's 4 administrations have faced significant stress points as the once grassroots school morphed into a large system. Through intense effort, the founding board of East Point Academy and their principal had set a solid foundation, but the next leader faced a perfect storm of challenges as we aged into the middle school grades. Our elementary mindset was not equipped to meet the unique needs of aging students, and that left us surprisingly unprepared for that transition. The 3rd administration faced even greater obstacles with the construction of a new campus that doubled capacity and tripled demands. The system's growth outpaced our limited resources, which led to burnout, stress, and high turnover. Students were not the only ones educated there. I was too. I learned how an immersion charter school hinges on 3 critical areas: business acumen, educational expertise, and language immersion experience. Each area acts as a leg of a stool. If any 3 of those legs fall short, that entire stool wobbles. Without business expertise, our infrastructure collapses under daily needs. If the educational aspect falters, we then see failing grades, frustrated parents, and fraught teachers. And if we lack insight into language acquisition, we put our entire methodology at risk. For example, our team knows that the ability to absorb a new language declines around age 12. A child's capacity to learn through full immersion shifts as they reach middle school, necessitating a tweak in curriculum. Without this niche insight, we would risk the overall academic success of students who enter our grades and the upper grades. This is why Lingua Vista is uniquely positioned to support us. They'll handle the business tasks, allowing for our skilled educators to focus on what truly matters, delivering high-quality education to our students. Furthermore, their team is the only CMO in our region with hands-on experience in managing and growing immersion programs. And they are backed by a vast network of executives, educators, and language experts. This network will make it easier to find qualified immersion staff and ensure that curriculum support that truly understands the complexities of teaching core content in a target language. Lingua Vista has already shown its commitment by shouldering much of our facilities burden. They also provided a $210,000 seed loan to support our operational needs during our planning year. And this partnership highlights both their financial strength and dedication to language immersion. When charter school leaders are bogged down by daily tasks such as marketing, meals, and maintenance, they lose sight of academic excellence. I saw this at East Point, where leaders were often stretched thin by urgent issues like a flooded toilet at 10 p.m. That took their attention away from student success. By outsourcing certain tasks to Lingua Vista, we can free our educators from such operational burdens. In conclusion, hiring Lingua Vista is a strategic choice that will help TISA thrive. With their support, we can create a strong foundation for our students and effectively meet the needs of our community. My experience at East Point Academy has taught me how crucial it is to have the right expertise, all three legs of that stool, to sustain an immersion charter school. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration on this.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question that begs to be asked. Everything you said is true. The amount of work it takes to get a school up and running and all. But this board stood before us, I guess, what, 2 years ago, 18 months ago, and said that they could do everything you just said.
December 2023.
Okay, without the resources of an EMO. So what's changed? Because those challenges haven't changed. They existed when you were before us before. So what's changed the mindset of the board that now to do this, you must partner with an EMO?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. Yes, I still remember vividly, December 2023. My team and I was here to answer your questions, and we were grateful you gave us the approval. At that time, if you recall, our plan was to rent a facility. There's a church, 321 Oakview Church Road in High Point. And then after we got the approval, after we moved further, we did a full inspection of the church and turned out that the renovation cost is over $2 million. And then we still had the confidence. We reached out to 20 financial institutions, and like the one we did in Charlotte, we were confident. But then the inflation that was unexpected. We were only 2 financial institutions responded. So we were at the time we were not sure how to solve the facility needs. And then Lingua Vista came in and say, we can work on this. At that time, they did not ask for EMO. They just say, we want to support you as a community. And as the spending, as the commitment become, the more commitment, the more spending, we think this, and also the more we understand their strength and expertise, we think this is a great idea that we partner with them so they can be there to support us along the way. I always say there are 2 problems with charter schools. Number one, they are very fragile because they are run independently. If anything happened, like the COVID-19 hit, some charter schools in trouble because they're by themselves. Number 2 is some charter schools doing great, but they do not want to be the national leader. With Lingua Vista's support, we can do both. We can be stronger and we can achieve our vision much easier. So so I would say, to summarize, I would say we understand each other. While things change, we help each other, we understand each other, we reinforce, deepen the commitment along the way. And then we came to a point that this partnership is mutually beneficial, and the board discussed this thoroughly, and this is a mutual consensus. So that's why you see the whole board is here. And there are 3 boards, they are not able to be here. They signed a support letter, just I sent it to Ashley's office, and they just want to show us the support. That they are fully support of this commitment. And the one thing I want to emphasize is with Lingua Vista's involvement, the original budget will not change. Rather, TSA's surplus, the saving will increase every year because Lingua Vista is helping TSA, not only with marketing, but also help TSA with more saving each year. So everything remains the same, just better.
Other questions from board members? Thank you.
No, the budget is not the same. We have a copy of the original budget and the revised budget. And you've reduced your teaching staff.
Yes.
Thereby, you've created those savings. But you actually created $360,000 in teaching positions in savings from your original to your revised budget. So when you say that you reduced that your surplus, or you increased your surplus, right, by $129,000, you really increased it by $360,000 when you cut those teaching positions. And then you spent some of that on the management fees. The budget is not the same at all. No, so to say the budget is the same would not be correct.
Yeah, I apologize for the language I used. Dr. Liz here, she can answer your question a better way. But of course, we have to change the budget. But what I'm trying to say is we change the budget for the benefit of TSA, because that's why we want to do this partnership. Dr. Lee, do you mind to come over here to
But
explain?
you do understand one of the key tenets of your original charter was that small class size.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember,
Yeah.
that was just extremely crucial part of your mission, and you kind of have impacted that by reducing teaching positions.
We
to bring
have,
on-
yes, ma'am. We had that in mind. That's one of our strategic advantages. So, Dr. Lee.
Thank you for the question. That is a very good question, actually, and we have think about this very seriously. The reason for us to cut that specific one position was that with Lingua Vista support, we are able to secure, I will not say better, but at least more efficient and effective teacher candidates. Like, for example, if Ashley, Mr. Rod, yeah, could you please stand up? So Miss Ashley Charlotte is our assistant principal candidate. She is a certified EC teacher. That way we can combine those. That way we can combine those positions into one when we are a very small school, and the same as another 2 staff member that we are going to hire, and Lingua Vista help us to nail down. One was for the MTSS, and one was for the elementary, actually 2nd grade math teachers who worked in other schools, but with the connections from Lingua Vista, she's promised that she will come to us. That will help us to save one position as well. So very important for the contract with the EMO company is that with the EMO company, we are able to nail down or hire a better or more effective teachers so that we can better help. It's not just about quantity, but also about quality. So if you look at the budget.
You've answered the question. Thank you so much. How many board members from when you were approved are now either have left or will leave to join the EMO?
2. So Mr. Wang already.
That's fine. That answered the question too.
Yeah.
What other EMOs did you consider? The boards, again, you came to the decision that this is, as the opening statement said, this is hard work. And you came to the decision that you wanted to partner with a management company to do that. What other EMOs did you consider?
We did send several emails to, including Dr. Machado's CS USA and also the Leadership Academy, because one of our aspects is leadership education, and there's no EMO about language immersion, so we did not send anyone specific for language immersion. I cannot record the others because the way that when we search for EMO, we search online, and especially for the schools that are the company that already work with the schools in North Carolina, we did not receive any response yet for any reason. I don't know.
Has this EMO stood up another school in any other state?
They are starting 2 schools in South Carolina, and they are going to apply for 1 in North Carolina in this coming April. That was the plan, so far as I know.
So when you say starting, they're in the kind of the ready to open process there as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other
Mr.
questions?
Chair, just for the record, I have had no conversation with this
No.
organization, or am I even aware that they've talked to my company? I want to make sure that goes on the record that.
Yeah, no, because
I've had no conversation. I do have a question. Is OCS vetted this EMO like we would do any other new EMO come into our state?
Well, yes, 2 things. We have sent the draft agreement to your board's counsel, Mr. Walker, and he did give some feedback, and we presented that to TISA, and they made the corrections in some of the language. And then we've done as much due diligence as possible, but because they are new, we don't really have much to go on. Although they did submit the typical questions you would have in an application. We've given those exact questions to them for like an EMO, CMO, and they've included those and they're in your packet.
Yeah, I guess so I'm just being really candid. What concerns me is that we have a process for the applicant. And when you're submitting your application, you're telling us then and there, the board's going to be an independent nonprofit board doing this work on their own, or they're going to work with a management company, which in my opinion is fine. There's not an issue about the management, but it's the process of now you were given the charter, you're ready to open. Oh, now we want to have a management company. And that is a different interview cycle. When we're interviewing schools and applicants now with a management company, we even extend the interview by another hour, half hour, so we can interview that management company. We look at the contracts, and this one was looked at by Mr. Walker. We asked for financials from the management company. Where I'm struggling with is I'm not passing judgment on the merits of whether this management company can or is a good fit or not. This isn't the process that we use. And I think this is different, in my opinion, than what we've had in the past, where an independent nonprofit board receives a charter, they open the school up and they get into it. And I'm generalizing here, right? But they might be 2 or 3 years into it and they realize, man, this is a lot more than I thought. And then they partner with a management company and we bring that management company in and we either give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down. This just seems to be, I don't think we've ever had in my time here on the board, this type of request where in the middle of the RTO process, or not even in the middle, where they're opening in the fall, it's hold off now, let's partner with a management company. That's my concern.
If I may, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, not only let's partner with one, let's start one, but didn't the chair of this charter, the chair of the board said, I'll start one, and that's what we'll use. So that's even another piece to this.
And also, Mr. Zhu said if he rolls off the board, that he will still serve to make sure they have the growth. And I would want to know in which area would he still serve, should he roll off the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Zhu.
Yes, ma'am. So if I may, I can answer all those questions together. Number one, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, like I said, things evolves. And this year, TISA is in a very unique moment where the inflation is high, the interest rate is high, borrowing become more difficult. And the TISA has another uniqueness is we specialize in language immersion. We searched around, no other companies is specialized in language immersion, no other EMO companies are doing that. So there gotta be a company, new company, it gotta be a new company anyway. So because we, at the very beginning want to support TISA and they said, this is something we can do. We are fully capable of, and then we want to do more. So that's why we start this EMO company specialized in language immersion. And it's got to be a new company because there's no one like this in the country. Number two is another council member asked me, board member asked me, what are going to do? So our board, so my idea is when TISA is up and running, I step down, or if the board wants me to step down anytime, I can step down anytime. The board, I have made a full disclosure to the board, my conflict of interest, and I'm the one doing most of the heavy liftings, and they all know it. And I said, look, if I leave, now have an EMO, I can still serve TISA in that capacity. In what ways? My background is business. I'm an educator for 20 years. I can serve TISA in many, many ways. From a business perspective, find resources, build connections. And because I built TISA, it's my baby. So now I have another reason, like the one I built in Charlotte. I just left when the school is up and running because there's no other connections. But now my vision is language immersion. And now I want to build more schools specialized in language immersion. So I will do everything I can to support TISA, even if I leave the board, even if, and then I want TISA to be successful so I can run other schools in that case. So I think that's I think to me, to my board, to my team, this is a good solution. This is the best way to guarantee TISA will succeed. I have to apologize. We did not realize this when we were applying for this. I just want to do this the old school way, get approved and use the approval to get a loan and start a school. But things were changed, things were different this time. From my experience, we're involved with several schools, EVA, EPA, East Link in South Carolina. Things are very, very different. So I was surprised. So that's why but I've been in contact, keep the OCS updated the whole time. Everything we think, every change of mind, every little decision we make. And I really appreciate Ashley and Dr. Norris and your teams every time to give us guidance. That's why we are here. That's why we come this far. I think this is organic outcome of all the difficulties we have encountered and the measures we take to overcome these challenges. This is a mutual agreement among the board, among the investors, among community partners. We think this will be the best solutions. Otherwise, TISA will be facing way more difficulties right now. Now the Lingua Vista, the EMO company, is supporting TISA full-time without charging anything. Give us a seed fund without doing anything. Only because I'm the board. I'm the board chair, so I'm able to do that. But if the board wants me to step down, or if TISA's board want me to step down, I can step down anytime.
Well, I think there's no doubt about that. You can't be on the EMO and the charter school board. So that's not a if, that would be a requirement.
Yes, sir.
I guess, guys, this is we talk about changes to a charter application. This is a substantial change. This is the charter we submitted and got approved, and this is what it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And it's substantial. It's not, we need another year to open our school. It's not, well, we've thought about using, I don't know, NWEA instead of iReady. This is substantial in every aspect of the school, from the curriculum to the budget to having a management company, where, like, if it was just a matter of we need money for facilities, you don't need an EMO for that. You can go out and find that money in the private sector of people who believe in your cause. Most of us have done it. This is just a substantial change to the charter that we approved. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. I'm not passing, when I say that, I'm not suggesting that this can't be done or this, you don't have the quality team together, but this is not the charter we approved. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. I think, first of all the reasons you say you need this EMO, if people on this board had addressed that and turned you down because of that, you would have either appealed this through the appeal process or walked out of here extremely upset. So that just shows you how this application process goes. We had faith in your board that you could open this school. Everybody on this table knows how difficult it is to open up a charter school. Number two is, I think you would have been better served if you started your EMO and then either applied for another charter or showed your success in another state. It's hard for me to ask your board, do you think this is a good idea? Do you really need this when two of your leaders are part of your EMO? That conflict of interest or separation is really difficult for me to separate or discern. So I just think you would be better served proving to this board that the CMO can work in other locations and then come back and ask for this. I'm very uncomfortable with this request for all the reasons that Chairman Friend has stated.
Yes, sir. If I may make some comments on that. Number one is we try to minimize any changes to the charter. I mean, we understand we have to maintain the charter that we were approved. And during the process, we are very conscious. To the best of my knowledge, to the best of my ability, we do not change the charter substantially. And also we know this is a substantial change to the process because we started application. And then so that's why we've been in contact with the OCS office and they say this is a substantial change, but this is doable as long as you follow the rules. When another board member said the conflict of interest, we've been very open and this fully disclosure of the conflict of interest. Right now, I'm the only one who's wearing two hats at the same time. And if the board think that's a substantial conflict of interest, like I said, I can step down anytime, but I will continue to serve the board with the EMO. Again, like I said,
Do you think it's a substantial conflict of interest?
No, sir. I really don't. Actually, I was talking. Yes, sir.
Say it. Like I should have not used the word it. Do you think that the founder of an EMO who's set to receive extensive compensation from the nonprofit charter school, being the CEO and the chairman of the board at the same time, do you think that's a conflict of interest?
There is a potential conflict of interest, yes, sir. That's why we fully disclose it. And like I said, I can step down anytime.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking what you
Yes, sir.
think.
Yes,
You're
sir.
still doing both.
I'm still doing both. We talked to the attorney, and the attorney said there can be conflict of interest as long as you follow these procedures. Yes, sir. There is potential ones, but we can do things to avoid this.
Let me ask you this. You stood in front of this committee and this board, and you said, we're going to open up this charter school because you have this expertise as the chair to do all the things that you said you were going to do, and so you're going down this road and you obviously still have the expertise in-house because you're the person.
Yes, sir.
Instead, and this is the appearance, I'm giving you the optics to this. You decide to then create an EMO and basically what it looks like monetize what you were supposed to be giving this board for, like as a volunteer board member. During that process, not only are you going to be transitioning off, but another board member is. The budget has dramatically changed. And from what I just heard a few minutes ago, the staffing model has changed as well. It feels like similar to what Chairman said. It feels like a dramatic shift from what we read and approved a year ago. Like it feels like not even apples to apples anymore.
Yeah,
Can you respond to that?
I have real concern over the precedent that this could set.
Huge.
Yeah, if any charter school anywhere in the state, the board chair said, there's a way to profit from this.
I agree. I'll even take it further. Why would we receive another charter school? Why would we receive another application from a charter school with an EMO at the front end? Just avoid that whole process. Avoid having to have your EMO come before and be grilled by us and show us your financials and show us the contract. Just stand up a board, get the charter, and then a few months later, then sign the contract with the EMO. It's just not. It's not the process that this board has set up. And this is not a little change to the application. This is, one could argue this is the most substantial change that you could have in your application.
Yeah, like I understand all your concerns, and like I said, this is a natural evolvement of the whole planning process. TISA specializes in language immersion, and there is no such EMO company specializing in language immersion. So that's why it did not occur to us the first time when we submitted the application. And then while we are doing this, we say, look, the board agrees, and we say, look, this might be a better way for TISA. So that's why it's, I understand this will bring substantial change to application, but two things I can guarantee is, number one, we try not to minimize the charter, still the same TISA, just have more support from the EMO company. The EMO company is more supportive. Number two is, this is something we really want to do for TISA to succeed in the long run, to achieve its vision. Without the EMO companies, this will be harder to achieve. So that's why we're doing this. I just try to explain why we didn't do this in the first place.
And look, I'm not going to argue that this might be the perfect EMO for your board to partner with. And what
Yes,
you're
sir.
describing makes sense to me.
Just the timing, right?
But the process this is just a substantial change to what we've approved. Go back to Mr. Sanchez's question too. It's not just a matter of conflict of interest. It's, I think, actually the law. Like, you can't be for the for-profit EMO and be on the board of the nonprofit charter school. So it's not just a conflict of interest. I think it's actually a violation of state statute.
But if I step down from the board now, will that change the context of because there would be no conflict of interest right there. The only reason I stay on the board is because the board wants me to stay there. I told them many times I can step down anytime.
Well, your board doesn't technically have an approved EMO yet. So
Yes,
I know you're wearing the EMO hat,
yes,
but that EMO has not been approved as the management company for the
Yes,
school yet. So if I look at it through that lens, you really don't have anything to step down from yet. The first step would be for us to approve that the charter can be changed for you to partner with a management company. Yeah. Other questions from board
I have
members?
one other question for Dr. Shu. When you were determining you needed this support, why did you elect to form an EMO instead of a CMO? What was that process for you?
We compare the CMO and the EMOs because we have a vision to make TISA and all the charter schools specializing in language immersion national leader. We decide EMO will be a better way, be more attractive to potential community investors and people with expertise. So we think that's a better way to do, because we want to run it like a company. We want to run it according to the business common sense, and that I would think that in the long run it will be much better for all the charter schools we want to do. I hope I answered that question. And I have Miss Wang here. She wants to add something.
Yes, thank you for the board. And then my name is Fiona Wang, and then I am the legal counsel of Lingua Vista. I understand that Dr. Zhu is kind of wearing the two hats right now, and then I just want to speak on behalf of Lingua Vista at this time solely. So, and then as the legal counsel, so I understand that we're considering an after fact substantial change since the charter school application. And then I just want to see if there's any precedents that the board has ever dealt with for this kind of a change after the charter application. And then is there any other process that we can take to verify the EMO's quality as we did during the charter application process?
Thank you for that question. I'll open up to fellow board members. On my time on the board, I can't ever remember a time where we approved a charter that was granted to an independent nonprofit board. And then during the ready to open process, they came back and said, we would like to have a management company, either a CMO or EMO. I don't recall any example of that. There certainly are examples where a nonprofit independent board was given a charter and they get into the work, they get the school opened up, and then they realize, for whatever reason it might be, maybe we'd be better served if we had a management company. And they've come back before us, and I think there's example, I can think of one example very easy, quickly, that we approved in 2 or 3 years after the school had already opened. But again, I'm trying to be respectful. In fact, I believe you in what you're saying, that this might be the best company to help get this school off the ground and be successful. That's not what I'm questioning. What I'm questioning is, then why wasn't this determined when you came before us in December of 2023? Because even from your opening statement, everything that was said to us is absolutely true. It's hard, and you come across unforeseen obstacles. But that was known back then as well. I just feel if you had come together as a team originally, we could have reviewed your application, partnered with this new EMO, and made an assessment if we felt good. We may still have come out to the very same outcome, which was giving you the charter. But now we're in a situation where we've given you the charter, and now you want to substantially change the charter that we approved. And that makes me really uncomfortable, without putting this EMO through the same process and this board through the same process that other boards, I think we have one coming this afternoon or tomorrow, that are coming to us with an EMO from the very beginning. And it is a different, slightly different process, a different application. And your board didn't go through that process. That's what makes me uncomfortable. So.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then that's good to know that there's no precedent. And then I think as for the change of circumstances that you just described, and I think also I understand your concern, the board's concern, that from the appearance, it seems like there's a conflict of interest. And then there's Dr. Ju has both wearing the 2 hats from both boards. But I think we really suggest the board to consider the change of circumstances, even though there's no precedence, because yes, one of the board member also serves in Lingua Vista, but I joined Lingua Vista as a legal counsel. I joined Lingua Vista as a legal counsel after the charter school has been approved. And then the change of circumstances is that TMSA was not able to get another financial resources to get a school started. And then just because of this conflict of interest, and because of that, they have this kind of like connection through Dr. Ju, that Lingua Vista is able to provide a seed loan in a total amount of $210,000, and also to provide a school facility in order for the school to get started on time. So while we consider about a conflict of interest, we may also need to consider about that because of this conflict of interest, that Lingua Vista is able to provide the resources for the charter school to get run on time in next August. So we understand that there's a concern over there, and then because of this conflict of interest, and then the board has a concern, but we also want the board to kind of like consider that because of this change of financial circumstances and also the resources that Lingua Vista has already invested in the charter school and for the progress of the charter school, we want the board to consider both ways.
Any other comments from board members?
I understand your story, Dr. Zhu, and it makes a lot of sense. It is an organic method of problem solving that you've done. You've tried to tackle the problem and create a solution. And because of your own personal integrity, your business integrity, you trust yourself. And so you believe that it may have the appearance of a conflict of interest, but it's not truly there because you know yourself as a man of integrity. But it is a conflict of interest, not just the appearance, but you're in a very compromising situation to be the leader of both entities. And I don't know how you remove that without completely changing what we've approved here. I mean, I think the best path forward is for TMSA to move forward as was approved last year, so that you can open the school. And if you want to do something different with an EMO, and move to that organization, that would be your choice. But to try to merge these two here midstream, again, you're in a very compromised situation, even though you trust yourself.
Right.
And we could say we trust you. It's not a place you want to be in. You see how you've organically tried to solve this problem. You don't know what the next problem is going to be, that you may see organic solutions, and it could create a situation that you don't want to be in. As a man of integrity, I would just encourage you to look for a different solution.
Yes, ma'am. I have to say, I really appreciate everybody to spend the time with me to explain to me. We did not occur to us this way. We think this is organic outcome, but I think the board has made it very clear. We have the same interest. You want a charter school to be successful, want TISA to be successful. We have the same common interest. I understand. I think all the board members explained this to us very well. To be honest, everybody knows if I really want to make money, I won't go into the charter school business. So this is just hard. Now, I think my last question for the board is, I heard Ms. Wang, and you told her there is no such precedent. Now, my question is, several board members mentioned several years into the future, well, TISA is there and will come back again, and the EMO will still be there to support the school, that's for sure. As long as I'm there, the EMO will still be there to support TISA. Now, my question is, now, say 2 years later or 1 year later, when TISA is up and running, I come back, we submit this application again, that will be another change of the charter the board has approved. Will that be another barrier for us? The situation will be different, of course.
I think well, we can't answer what and predict what will happen 2 or 3 years from now, but I would just say you'd have to have a really compelling argument as to why a school that's up and running and successful feels the need to change
that makes sense.
independent board.
That makes sense.
I guess the other thing I don't want to. It's to me, I know we're focused on this conflict of it, but to me, it's bigger than that, though. This is just not the charter that was approved. And that's why, to me, stepping down today doesn't change the other part of this.
Right.
And like, can this company that you've started with a business partner loan the school money so they can build their facility? You can do that for sure, but even that's a conflict of interest. I mean, any chair of the board is going to then have their personal company be the grantor of the loan, and like it not being an EMO doesn't strip away that conflict of interest. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you made yourself very clear, and we understand that as a board, as a team. But what I can guarantee you is that TISA is our priority. It does not matter if this change of adding of EMO company will not change our commitment to TISA from day one. That's our commitment. We might come back next time. Now we have this Lingua Vista EMO company. That's we think is the right direction. We might come back. Now next time we'll come back, we'll have a EMO. We'll go different direction. We'll come in with a EMO. In that case, I think that will be. So we learn through this, and I think I really appreciate this opportunity.
I do have one final question.
Yes, sir.
We've had schools in your position that are getting ready to open, and maybe they are facing facilities challenges and they need to move 20 miles from where they thought they were going to be. And they'll tell us, if we don't approve this, then we're just not going to be able to open the school. So in this situation, are you still on track to open in August of 2025?
Yeah, we're still fully committed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, like I said, no matter Lingua Vista is approved as a EMO company or not, the team is fully committed. This is something we want to do for the community. This is our team's vision and dream. So we're going to do this anyway. And we just think this will make it easier for us. We want to run it in the business way. So that's why we chose EMO. But it doesn't matter. It won't change our commitment. That's my word, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to not approve this amendment request that would allow TISA to partner or change the charter to be managed by a management company. Sorry, that didn't come out the right way. I'm going to make the motion not to approve this amendment request to have the board enter into agreement with a management company.
Hilda Pillay seconds.
Any discussion?
And I will say this, well, I'm gonna support the motion. I think similar to what was said before about you understanding the conflicts that are here, I think the other side of this, if you stay with this organization, meaning the school, TISA,
Yes, sir.
you help start this and get it going. It shows a lot rather than if we find out in the next couple months, you've kind of left to go to the EMO world and now they're losing what I've read your biography during this time. They're losing all that talent, all your teaching experience, all your business experience, everything you brought to the board that made us approve it the first time. I'd love to hear the story of you stay with this organization for time and get it going and get it successful. And then if you branch out and you came with the EMO here, I think it's a very different way of looking at you and your private company, rather than if you just left immediately right now and went to the private sector.
Yeah, I'm a TISA's board chair first.
Yes. And that's good that he
Very
will
well said.
continue.
Yeah.
And I have visited your building and it definitely needs some improvements. It does.
So we have a motion and a second to not approve this amendment request. Any further discussion? Okay, Ash, you want to do a roll call vote?
Yes. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare, Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Aye. John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, so this amendment request does not pass. You'll continue on in the RTO process with us, and then, of course, we're here as an office if you need any additional support.
And let me
Yes,
just finish.
Yes, sir.
Never mind. We were very excited about this application, the one that we approved. We want you to be successful. I know we asked difficult questions and maybe got a little fiery at times, but we want you to be successful. And I'm glad to hear that you're committed to make sure that you have a successful opening in August of 2020.
Yes, sir. The whole team is very committed. Look, you guys did not prove this, does not change our commitment. And you are always there to support us. We're on the same team. So I know you just want us to be legitimate and want us to be successful. And we understand that. So no hard feelings there, and really appreciate your help. We'll come back next time and we will learn. This is a great learning opportunity for us as well. Again, TISA is the first language immersion school in the Triad. So we are learning as well. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you actually for your office's help. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, we have one more amendment. So I'm going to give an overview of this, and then we have board members and the superintendent from the school network to give you more details on this request. All right, this is the Math and Science Academy of Charlotte. They have been open since 2015 with a focus on STEAM education. There is, of course, the TMSA Public Charter Schools system. That includes TMSA Apex, TMSA Triangle, both which receive and maintain A performance grades. TMSA Triad, which has improved to a B performance grade in the last school year. TMSA Charlotte, which improved to a C performance grade and met growth expectations. And in general, the TMSA system consistently receives financial audits, and we have no, known compliance concerns. They are requesting an expansion and relocation in relation to their Charlotte campus. So currently their Charlotte campus is located at 9108 Mallard Creek Road in Charlotte. This would include what would occur. Their current location in Charlotte has an elementary and a secondary campus in that Mallard Creek Road area. This would include an expansion and relocation of the secondary campus from the Charlotte location to 7550 Reuben Linker Road in Concord, which is a distance of about 8 miles and is in Cabarrus County as opposed to Mecklenburg County. Then there would be an expansion of the elementary campus to 355 Poplar Crossing Drive Northwest in Concord. So also in that Concord area. And then the TMSA Charlotte Elementary will remain at its original location in Charlotte. The rationale for this has been something that the TMSA board and the central office has been reviewing and considering for some time. There is a strategic plan and a report, a financial and feasibility report that was included in your materials on eBoard. But in sum, the current facilities are inadequate to implement the STEAM-focused educational model. They do not have the spatial and resource needs for advanced electives, AP courses, and extracurricular programs. Their limited capacity restricts enrollment and prevents the development of a robust and competitive high school program. Insufficient numbers of students progressing from the elementary program into the secondary program exacerbate the enrollment challenges, and essentially they're looking to expand their program, make it better, have the resources that they need to fully live out their STEAM mission. There's information on the facilities in your materials, including the square footage and the resources such as athletic fields, etc. A feasibility study completed in April 2024 supports this plan. It shows that Cabarrus County's under 18 population has more than doubled over the last 30 years and a continued demand for educational facilities. Surveys of the community reveal strong enthusiasm for enhanced facilities, particularly STEAM programs, athletics, and extracurriculars. And this school and its system is in strong financial status. So that is the overall request. In your materials, you will also see the enrollment projections. So you can see their current K-5, what the new K-5 would look like in the new 6 to 12 students. There would be 2 new buildings, an elementary building and a secondary building. Those are on the Concord locations. And then they would still have their TMSA Charlotte building. They would phase out their TMSA secondary. And the enrollment projection for all campuses would be 1,463 students. Currently, they serve, I believe, about over 800 students. Is there anything outside? I also just want to note there are maps in your materials as well, so you can see the distance, and then there are heat maps showing where the current students reside, and you can see that they are really spaced throughout the Charlotte area, and many would be in a good distance from the Concord location. So now at this time, I'm going to introduce the TMSA members that are here so they can give you further information, as this is a detailed request. All right. Hi, Ben. How are you? All right. Good. Hi. You just answer questions up here. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ben Karaduman, TMSA Superintendent. As Ms. Pecora mentioned, operating 4 schools across 4 cities of the state, serving over 5,200 students with 470 employees. Like Ms. Pecora mentioned, our Charlotte facility is on a 5-acre land, 30,000 square feet. It was a temporary facility for our secondary campus. Now we've been working on bringing this facility as the same as our other campuses. So that was the opportunity that we are bringing before the board for the amendment, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
Yes, we've had other charters apply for charters, and there's a moratorium on growth in Cabarrus County right now. Have you already gotten past that? Because there's a sewer issue. I mean, our school was right by the Speedway, so I know that the other schools couldn't get space there because there's a moratorium on growth. How are you getting around that?
Original plan, when you look at the study done back in April, we were looking for a land to buy and then do a ground up building. But later on in September, an opportunity came across. Now the buildings that we are buying, they are current charter school buildings. And then there are students in there currently. If you look at our current heat maps and the students, that 1,460 students that we're projecting, actually the existing students, they are attending the existing buildings that we are acquiring. And we are just moving our 244 secondary students to the new secondary campus.
What building, what school is that?
I signed an NDA. I'm not mentioning the name, but Ms. Pequara, should we mention the name of the school?
Yeah, I think you can, they also have representatives here if there are questions, so.
Well, I can Google it and find out.
Yeah.
What's the school?
It's Valor Prep elementary and secondary buildings. Valor Prep. Yeah. Valor, VALOR, Valor Prep.
Uh-huh. And Dave is recused from this, this amendment, but I believe there is I believe Ms. Porter from Charter Schools USA is here if you have questions about that, because it is a Charter Schools USA school.
Valor Prep is.
Valor Prep, yes.
Clear. So Valor, what will happen to Valor Prep if you are taking over their facility?
That's a question to Ms. Porter.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair Bruce and CSRB members. Yes, Claire Porter from CSUSA Compliance. The NCCEF board is prepared to voluntarily relinquish the charter contract for Valor Preparatory Academy at the end of this school year. So that would be June 30th, 2025.
So just procedurally, the board of Valor Prep would relinquish the charter from, the board from Valor Prep would separate from Charter Schools USA. And then that board is relinquishing the charter.
Yes, sir. NCCEF is relinquishing the charter for Valor Preparatory Academy.
How we're thinking. Question.
May I answer any questions about the timeline that the board may have?
Well, I guess a logical question is the board of Valor Prep is prepared to do this, and then TMSA comes in and takes over the school. Has there been any discussion around, or is there awareness around the school relinquishing its charter by the staff, by the parents? Like are they hearing this?
Yes, the NCCEF board met on Friday and in closed session decided on this. And today at 3:30, the director of Charter One, as well as Dr. Matthew Hayes, who's our regional deputy, CSUSA regional deputy, will be meeting with the Valor Prep Academy staff at 3:30, and at 4:30, communication will go out to the Valor Preparatory Academy families. Those students will have opportunities to join any sister schools adjacent in Cabarrus County, Charter One schools, CSUSA schools, and TMSA schools. And those staff will have opportunities as well to interview.
With those students, if I'm a Valor Prep student today, would I be guaranteed my seat with the new school? Or would I have to go back through an enrollment lottery process?
My understanding is that current Valor Preparatory Academy students will have enrollment preference and priority with TMSA. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I must recuse.
Duly noted.
Why is Valor Prep relinquishing the charter?
You want to answer that question, Claire? The question is, why is Valor Prep relinquishing the charter?
Mr. Quigley, this is a voluntary relinquishment of the charter agreement. The two facilities will be purchased essentially, and the school and the EMO are moving to focus resources and energies on other schools. And so the voluntary relinquishment will be effective June 30th, 2025. I think the actual expiration of the charter is the following year. This charter is in the renewal process right now. But yes, that is why the board has decided that this is an opportunity that they decided to take to close.
So, okay, so you're saying because they want to sell the building. That's all I heard as a reason.
Yes, sir.
And how many kids attend Valor Prep?
Current enrollment, I believe, and I apologize, I don't have the exact enrollment numbers at the top of my head, but I believe it's between 850 and 950.
And is this allowed in the EMO contract?
Sir, I can't speak to that. We'll do more research.
I'm sorry, which organization are you representing, Clint?
I'm the Deputy Director for Compliance for Charter Schools USA.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Valor Prep is Charter 1?
It's
it's the part of
CSUSA.
So you all were the founder? Charter 1, Charters USA was the founder?
Yes, it's
okay.
formerly Cabarrus Charter School, and it had a name change to Valor Preparatory Academy.
Who actually owns the facility?
The facility is currently owned by CSUSA.
How much is the building going to be sold for? Is that in the memo? Sorry. What's the square footage and how much is it being sold for? The two buildings.
Total, all three campuses, there are two school buildings and one gymnasium building, a separate three buildings. It's about like 164,000 square feet buildings and 32 acres. And then it's in the LOI, can I mention the LOI numbers?
Yeah.
It's about like $31.5 million.
And you're just gonna bond that out?
Yes, we are actually in the process of refinancing our current bonds, and then the closing is targeted for March 15.
And families don't know this yet? They're about to know it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quigley, what was the question?
Families don't know yet?
Families will know at 4:30 this afternoon.
So I just want to.
If not presently.
Can I just summarize, just so I'm not making mistakes? This is not me injecting any opinion. The summary is that 800 to 900 students, somewhere around there, families, who have not been directly told yet, are going to be losing or not being part of their school, Valor Prep Academy, because it was more, this is what I'm seeing. It was more profitable for the company, or better strategically for the company, I should say, to sell those buildings to direct resources elsewhere. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sir, I would not characterize it like that.
To profit away, strategic, because you said strategic, you said allocating resources and.
There is a letter which has been approved, which will go to families, and the conversation was more than simply we're selling two buildings. But yes, it was a strategic business move, and it is we're attempting to facilitate that and to cause the least displacement for those families as we possibly can.
Is there, Ashley, is there any precedent for school of this size without kind of in some kind of potential closure? Or just relinquishing their charter and selling their? I can't think of a time that,
Not that I'm,
because they're not saying was there discussion about transferring the management contract to TMSA? Why didn't we just do that? Like keeping it Valor Prep, TMSA Valor Prep? What is that?
Who owns the buildings?
Charter Schools USA.
I do also want to just make sure that there's a differentiation between, right, what is happening with Valor Prep is a Valor Prep decision. What TMSA is requesting is a TMSA. So this was not, I mean, obviously there's a business deal there, but I just want to make sure that like TMSA has no design, like they're not going to be working with Charter Schools USA. They're just asking for those buildings.
This sounds like 160,000 square feet, 31 million sounds like a good purchase price for a highly successful charter network that's providing an excellent education in North Carolina. The proof is in their data. I have no issue with, it's a business transaction. I get that. I just think this is significant.
Yeah, that would help me be able to your point that you just made. Is there a process by which we're going to be looking at how this unfolded from the standpoint of Charter Schools USA and Valor? I know these are two separate, and I want to dive more into what is at hand, but is there going to be something coming up where there's a better conversation regarding how this all played out?
As a board, you could decide on that. Other than the request coming to our office and us doing the preparation, that you see, we're not privy to that. And I don't know how far you guys want to get into that, but it's of course your board ability to ask those type of questions.
Are we hearing what's being you imagine walking into some of our school buildings? Sorry, we had to sell your school. We're not going to be around in 6 months, in 7 months. This is,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
this is huge.
I think that I go back to it's not an adage, it's a fact. We give the charter to the board, and that board has decided over years to partner with an EMO. That's fine. But so as the board actually, but we haven't received anything with respect to Claire. You're representing Charter Schools USA. Where's the board of Valor Prep? Have they submitted a letter? Have they submitted? You said they voted on Friday. Have they?
No, we've made that request that it come into us as soon as possible after the new year, so we can start the steps to closing. They have requested the closure framework to get an idea of what will be entailed. But essentially, the precedent in terms of a relinquishment is essentially the board writes a letter and provides minutes. There's never really been a precedent of this type of relinquishment, I guess.
So how do we? I'm just going back to our prior amendment process. How do we approve today for TMSA to move into this campus when we don't have anything from the existing school that they relinquished the charter? Seems like that has to happen first.
I don't know that necessarily have to happen first. I feel like we've heard from in the office that school is relinquishing. I also know that TMSA has bond hearings coming up that our office is helping facilitate, and the kind of schedule behind that is necessitating a decision on this in December.
And I'm asking that question, not Charter Schools USA. They own the building. They do with it as they please. There's ramifications with that. decision. But we don't have, you said the board voted on Friday?
Friday, we had a special closed meeting, yes, sir. And if it would be helpful, we can get
But
those
you can't vote.
draft minutes.
You can't do that in closed session.
No, we came back into open session
Okay.
and 3 motions were made.
Yes,
sir.
All right.
Three motions were made in open session,
Okay.
2 of which first was to approve the transaction. The second motion was to relinquish the charter, voluntary relinquishment effective at the end of this school year. And the third motion was to partner with the Office of Charter Schools to go through the closure framework with Ms. Beccaro and staff.
What, is this something the board initiated? Like they were like, we want to get out of this charter?
The NCCEF board came together and in a special called meeting, made this decision.
What
Yes.
are those initials?
North Carolina Charter Education Foundation.
Thank you.
And how many charters do they hold?
They hold 4 charters, sir.
What charters do they hold?
Langtree Charter Academy, Iredale Charter Academy of Arts and Science, Concord Lake STEAM Academy, and Valor Preparatory Academy.
I really thought Valor Prep was a Charter 1 school,
No, sir.
but there's a partnership with Charter 1?
Yes, they were subcontracted out last year or 2 years ago to do marketing and enrollment. Yes.
But
through
they're
the
not the
office.
EMO.
No, sir, they're not the EMO. CSUSA and the NCCF board hold that.
I hate to keep diving into the Valor part of this, but
There's just,
can you walk us through the timeline of this? I mean,
Yes, sir.
the school, according to what I'm looking at, has been around since 15. Is that right?
So the
14, they are 1 year before us.
2004. So we're on a 10-year school, and did a board, like, how did this go? Who initiated what? Help us understand the timeline.
So Cabarrus Charter Academy, prior to the name change to Valor Preparatory Academy, yes, they're an established school. We did submit for a name change, and we also partnered and subcontracted with another EMO, Charter 1. I believe, help me, Ashley, was that in 2022, 2023?
I think so.
And they came in to help with marketing and enrollment. The staff of Valor Preparatory Academy are CSUSA employees. The 2 principals, Joan Roman and Dr. Bridget Jones, are Charter 1 employees. The school renamed.
2 principals of Charter 1 employees.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The two campuses were refurbished, cleaned up. The students are not all the same students who came from Cabarrus. Those families certainly had the option when they left or when the school changed names to go wherever they wished. I don't know the exact percentage of students who were Cabarrus and stayed with Valor Prep.
Has it always been this site?
No, I think it was the lower school campus. The upper school campus was not in use. And then the upper school campus was in use.
It's always been on this land?
Yes.
can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
What is Valor Prep's school performance grade?
D, they're in the renewal process right now.
What was it last year?
A D.
What is TMSA school performance grade?
Charlotte is a C.
What is Raleigh?
Apex and Cary A, and Greensboro just became B.
Are the students from Valor Prep going to have automatic entry into TMSA?
In our enrollment lottery policy, any student was enrolled in the previous charters, they are given priority, and they're going to be in the priority, and they will have that. We can't automatically enroll them, but they're going to apply the lottery, but they will be given the priority, and they will. I can say that 99.9% they'll be, they accept it.
And it'll be K to 12?
It'll be in two different buildings, K5 and 6 through 12.
Okay. What about the staff?
We will interview them. We probably, based upon if it is approved and it's to answer the chairman's question, chicken and egg, are we gonna relinquish charter, or what if it's not approved still, we have to have the bond approval and stuff. We are gonna be working diligently to communicate with the parents, students, and the staff as well. We'll try to accommodate everyone.
I mean, based on those data points, I feel like there's a case to be made that this is better for kids. If you have a school in some ways, I don't know if every parent would feel that, but if you look at school performance.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I had pulled up previously their school performance, and while they did a nice jump last year, but in 2022, they were at 25% proficient. Valor, and last year they did good growth at 52, but you're looking at since 2019 being lower than 50% proficient. So I can see the argument made for the children, for academically for the children, and I think what you're getting from us is just shock. And actually, I know it checks the boxes of what the steps are for your office. But I think as a board, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I think as a board, it's the shock value of what's actually happening with I don't know. It just feels like there should be a step or something in between this coming to the board and us at least having some idea of it. Back to the chicken and egg.
Yeah. It's tricky because at the same time, you can't have the conversation about relinquishment unless you state, unless this is part of it. So I get the idea of like both these things happen at the same time, and that makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, what is the demographic of Valor right now? Student population, low income, students of color.
Mr. Quigley, I would be guessing at this point. I'm sorry, I don't have that data on the top.
I have it pulled up.
Majority.
Yep.
Sorry.
Dr. Chope, if you have it.
I do have it pulled up, but this is from 22. I don't have last year's pulled up, but in 22, actually 79% Asian, 31% Black, 40%. Where is it?
Is that
No, this is
TMSA?
the performance. I'm sorry. No. It doesn't have it on here. No, it's not listed.
I'm
Hold
hearing
on.
that it's majority
Oh, wait.
low income.
I have the school report card down here at the bottom. It'll say.
You assume it is a majority?
Yes.
What's the demographic
And
of
the
the
charter school
TMSA
USA's
schools?
portfolio, how many schools are majority low income?
With our 9 schools, a majority of them are low income. Yep, I'm thinking Wendell, I'm thinking, Valor, majority are. Yes, sir.
That would check out with what my understanding would be. What about TMSA?
Charlotte and Greensboro, we have majority low income, but Apex and Cary, it's about like 20%, 25%.
I mean, I get it intellectually. And from a business perspective, it's a lot to echo Shelley's comment.
Shock value.
It's a lot to take in.
Is there a precedent for this?
I don't think so. But it's like, what is precedent? It's just never happened before where you have such a big school that's not at risk of financial or major compliance issues, just giving it up. Most closures, at least in my memory, tend to be schools that are smaller and kind of in the death spiral. What's the capacity of the buildings?
I believe it's over 1,200.
Yeah, so you're under capacity significantly.
More than that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's more than that.
and you're gonna reopen the school right away.
Yeah, we are taking everything in our LOI, if FFNE and, it's gonna be very easy. We are like 2 years ahead of our plans right now. We're gonna go ahead and do it.
That's another reason they need to know today.
I mean, my whole thing is to the point of separating the two entities here. The conversation at hand seems to be an approval that works and makes sense. I think the idea of what has transpired here, the message to families, the idea of how we look at, the idea of how we look at these types of processes, I think is important. I think I'd love to see Charter School USA, and then that long acronym that you had before, come back here and discuss this timeline in a way that helps us understand and learn from it. I'm still having trouble, I gotta be honest with you, with this. When Mr. Quigley asked, he said, it seems like a business decision. Is this just a business selling the real estate off decision? And you said yes. And to me, if I'm part of the 9 schools there, I've got to wonder, hey, can my school get sold underneath me?
I appreciate that question, Mr. Sanchez, and please let me clarify. I do want to reiterate what Mr. Quigley said here, that this is not a school in a death spiral. We've done a really effective job, I think, in the last 2.5 years, taking care of compliance situations. Dr. Jones and Ms. Roman, I think, have done a tremendous job bringing that school back up academically. It's still a D. It's not where it needs to be. They put a lot of work into that self-study. So, and I apologize if I only characterize it as a business deal. A lot of thought went into this. There is a timeline that I'm happy to share with you. It is never easy to close a school, and it certainly, it will be a shock to our families, but every effort is being made to facilitate an easy transition for the students. I do want to say, though, the NCCEF board weighed this. So it was not simply, okay, we're closing a school. And as many board members here have said, academically, we're not where we need to be. This may be
after they found out that their school was being sold, or I don't know, that's the timeline piece I wasn't sure of. Like, were they told, hey, listen, we're going to be selling the property. You guys got to make a decision if you're keeping the charter, or how?
The board has been in conversation regarding all of our schools in terms of what is the best path forward for some of our schools who are not performing academically where we want them to be.
And are you sure on the enrollment, 850? Is it below that?
I am not, I'm sorry.
600.
600.
So it's
I
like
misspoke.
significantly under enrolled. So they have to be losing money on the deal.
They're under enrolled, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of risk for TMSA to take on too.
We were planning for land, Mr. Quigley, as I said. Now we're getting an operating school with the students. I think we can do it.
Yeah. No, I mean, to me, it makes sense. It's just you potentially, if you don't hit enrollment targets out of the box, but you all have proven to be able to do this work, right?
Was there another option, Ashley, or anybody else that they're aware of like, I don't want to say assumption, but something where the kids wouldn't even have to go through the application process? They would have taken either the charter or something and combined it. I don't know. And like these kids would have been automatically able to enroll.
No, and I do want to clarify, because there has been talk about enrollment under the admissions law, there is no there's no method for automatic enrollment when a school changes hands. So TMSA and their admissions policy, they can work with, there's 2 options. They can have a priority for any charter school, like former charter school, that's a priority now, that any charter school could write into their policy that if you formerly attended a charter school, you have priority. Or they can also have an articulation agreement with like the other charter schools, USA schools, things like that. So those are the 2 options, but there's no method or procedure for automatic enrollment into another school.
But if the school is not relinquished a charter when they start enrolling, so time-wise, couldn't they just say, this is an articulation with another board or another school. So it's essentially, the other thing is you're not going to hold a lottery, right? You're just going to enroll the students.
I mean,
Can't you just enroll them until you hit a
yeah,
threshold?
the capacity that we're putting for next year's, and if you look at the projections, it's about like little over under 1,500. Which means that there is going to be quite a bit of space. Then I doubt that they can enroll. They will definitely be in my opinion.
So, thank you for that. I'll go back to the question that Eric asked. He asked if there was a precedent. I don't think it's an apples to apples precedent. Just last month, you'll recall we had, I'm going to forget the county's Halifax KIP. For those listening, KIP is not part of this, but I think we had this, the one board in Halifax that was attached to KIP that was basically relinquishing its school. So the other board was going to move in. So we've had that situation, but it's where it falls apart from a true apples to apples comparison. It was the same EMO. I guess the other thing I just sit here and think, like, I almost wish, like, why wasn't this 2 amendments? Like the amendment from the board to relinquish the charter, then the amendment for, and it could have been the very next thing on the agenda, like the amendment then to allow TMSA to move more than 5 miles from its current location. But we're kind of taking what I think probably should have been in hindsight 2 actions into one, but maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
I wasn't part of the KIP conversation, but we're talking about a profit and a business and a revenue type of deal, as opposed to a CMO making a strategic decision about allocating resources. And like, they didn't get anything out of it other than shrinking who they're serving, right, Kit?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
They
it's the best analogy to use. I just trying to think of something that was like a board that relinquished its school, then to be taken over by another school, all kind of in one full just action.
But the KIP situation was absolutely done for financial reasons. There was a financial motivation for that transaction.
Yeah, it had to do with lower enrollment targets or lower enrollment historically happening in that part of North Carolina.
Right.
Well, it also feels awkward here. It also feels awkward here in that we are accepting a relinquished charter that hasn't been relinquished yet. And there's no one here representing Valor Prep unless that NCCEF board is the representation. And is that Valor's board, or does Valor have its own school board?
Yes, Dr. Hare, and NCCEF is Valor's board of directors.
So
yes.
You are representing Valor.
Yes.
And that takes care of that detail.
Yes.
Okay. But the charter hasn't been relinquished because it's in limbo.
Mr. Chairman,
But
if
if
I
we
may-
pass it, we approve
But
it.
this is important. I thought I heard you say that on Friday, the board came out of closed session. So did this happen? Their parents probably weren't paying attention on a Friday afternoon, right? But in open session, the board voted to relinquish the charter Friday afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We're finding out about it today. Yeah.
And there was even a question if we would find out today, when it was a hesitation of, do we tell the board? Earlier, Mr. Ben, you were asking, do I even tell the board what the school is? So there was this hesitation to even give us that information today. And all of that just seems a little bit backwards if we're going to approve what TMSA is striving to do. So just a little awkwardness, backwardness in the process, as you're saying.
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify them, we did not find those buildings in the real estate advertising. It's not for sale or anything like that. Just to clarify to Mr. Sanchez's question, it's not going to be fair to say that this is a building transaction or the financial transactions. When we were meeting with the Charter School USA and the school officials, and I mean, at some point I heard that if it wasn't the TMSA, they wouldn't even consider that. I mean, it is that the students are in the center of this decision. You have to understand that. And it's a kind of win-win-win situation, you know. We're not leaving any students any out of the option. We're even trying to do better for them. And then this is an opportunity to help our strategies, and also as well as the school board is going to deal with other schools as well as the charter school USA. And of course that happened all, you know, in a lunch conversation started, discussing about the student achievement and the charter movement in the North Carolina. I think we just thought that this is going to be a good option for all parties, including the Office of Charter Schools. We're going to give a good, the sign out there to make it better.
But that's the presentation that's lacking to me. Like, it's coming out now after scrutiny and questions. It could have been presented as a united front, very different, of taking care of the 800 students or whatever that are in there. It could have been like the whole way of this presentation could have been so different in a way that showed student first. It didn't look like that from the Valor standpoint. It did from yours. You had an opportunity to get a better campus, improve your campus, and serve more kids, all that. It was the finances work, all of it. That's why you haven't seen much scrutiny in that standpoint, right? It's not what you're hearing. I don't want to speak for everybody else. I'll speak for myself. But the other way, it would have been better. And I'm not doubting it. I'm doubting the strategy behind it, not necessarily the intent in terms of the kids, to be able to present this in a way of, hey, we're giving it to a good network. This network has guaranteed enrollment to these kids. This is how it's going to play out, where they're going to receive a great education moving forward in the same campus that they were in. And it just didn't feel like that when it was presented. I think everybody can talk about their own individual way of receiving this. My way of receiving it just is exactly that it didn't feel like a student first decision from the Valor standpoint. It did from the other side, and it could have been presented so much differently in a way that at the end, I would have been like, it made sense. Like, kids are going to a school that's better, that's performing better in their same campus, and they're guaranteed enrollment. And it's a good business deal for both.
We made missteps. I appreciate that, Mr. Sanchez, in terms of the timeline, the justification, and how we presented it. And I will take ownership of that. Thank you.
I think it would be helpful, honestly, for both TMSA and Valor to come back and give a brief, create a deck, give a presentation, give an update on how the responsible families. I think staff is probably going to be a bigger challenge to navigate than students, because they don't have the same type of option. And certainly if I was in your situation, I'm not going to rehire all the staff, and they know that. I do think there's a lot to be learned here. Particularly, it speaks to how challenging turnaround is. And I'm sure the challenge of turnaround was is a big part of this story. And, certainly there are schools, that have sought not only change in leadership, but change in management organizations. I think that's part of maybe the partnership with Charter One to drive and kind of shake things up and create a turnaround. But it's really difficult. And this is probably the most invasive example of that we've ever seen. Basically sell the facility, give up the charter, and hand it to a higher performing network. So I think there's a lot to learn and reflect. I am going to support a motion to approve this transaction, or I think Bruce has some questions about what is the kind of order of how we do this and legality.
Yeah, I guess, and Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't we always, and it doesn't happen a lot, but when a school board decides to relinquish their charter, aren't they required to come before us and we vote to accept or not accept that relinquishment?
So yes, that has been a precedent over the years. And to be honest, we kind of stopped doing that last year because we had several schools that relinquished, if you recall, very suddenly. And there's nothing that I have legally that says it has to get a vote. So we can certainly bring those to you when the time allows, but to be honest, like Apprentice, for example, last year, there was no time to do that. The school relinquished and closed that next week. And so our office, I will say that this has been very eye-opening for office too. I think it brings up a lot of kind of procedurally how we do things. Closure is it is a thorn in our side. It is a very difficult process. It is,
This is different. This is a different type of closure.
No, but it definitely has it still has a lot of steps that will need to take place. And I do see, in the future, I predict that you will see more relinquishments. I think you will see more relinquishments of schools that are struggling. I hear more frequently from boards that are struggling. And I think you will see expansions of schools that are high
So
performing.
That's a good thing.
For my fellow board members, here's what I think I'd like to do. I think I'd like to get legal advice, our counsel, to answer that question that I just asked, to make sure that we're not misstepping something procedurally. I'm with Mr. Quigley. As I sit here today, I support the concept of what's happening here. I just want to make sure we don't make any legal missteps, because I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around how we approve this when we don't even officially have notification that the school's even up for sale or been relinquished. And to Mr. Quigley's point, maybe an opportunity if folks want to share from the board perspective why they felt this was necessary. I think we could revisit this tomorrow and bring this back to a vote tomorrow, and we can work this afternoon on getting some of those questions.
Mr. Chairman, we have the letter of intent signed explaining all those buildings, staff, students, and everything.
I think it's more from the sellers, and I think that
No, it's been signed with the sellers and all included. It's the foundation, the board, Charter School USA, and TMSA. All three of us, we have signatures on them.
So I'd like to just pause and bring this back to the table tomorrow for public deliberation and vote tomorrow, but just have some questions. I have some questions I'd like to get run by legal first. So
One question is, with relinquishment, I don't remember the law, but in terms of the assets of the school returning to the state, but my understanding is CSUSA owns the building, the school, the board leases it. How does that work? What, Stephen? He's not here. We need you to be here.
That's why
today is the day, brother.
That's why I'm saying, and I know he's here tomorrow and we can reach him this afternoon. I think that's a good question, just to make sure we have all the I's dotted and T's crossed before we bring this to a motion for vote.
Chairman Frank, can I just say a few things? I may not be here tomorrow because I'm at a conference, but my first question I asked you about you going to Cabarrus County and doing that, you answered that question, going to that space. My concern was, with you not going to, if you were not going to a space, is dropping another charter school in Northeast Charlotte where we're saturated. Because in that one area, you'll be able to leave within 10 minutes. You're going to be at Bonnie Cone, CIS, Bradford. Then you got Cannon, which is a very successful private school, all in that area. But taking this over and looking at, I'm not speaking for Dave, but from in this area of where we are, what happened with Valor is Cabarrus Charter was struggling. Charter School USA and Charter One tried to come in to save Valor. They put it in there. And I can't talk about conversations I've had with the administrators there. They're literally 5 minutes from Bradford's campus. We have 3,000 on our waiting list. But they talk about how they struggle to get students. So this is a very, when you look at it, you think, oh, it's a financial situation. But $31 million for 160,000 square feet in that area, that's a deal, man. You might have to take that to the bank. That's because we have 72 acres. We don't have that many square feet. And ours is $44 million. Well, where our bond is, where we are. So it's crazy what you're doing. But I think what it is looking at Charter School USA is invested. Charter One invested to try to save Valor and give it a quality thing. And what Alex said earlier is, you're turning it over. TMSA is successful. You have that model that's worked really well in Raleigh. You've come to Charlotte. It's growing. We welcome you to our area, and you know, we can partner and do some things together. But I understand all the questions that are there about the financial side. It is a good business decision for Charter School USA and Charter One, because they've sunk a lot of resources in there. And we can't look at your business books, but I'm sure you're not getting any money out of that area, because if you have a 1,200 seat building and you only got 600 kids in there, you're losing money. But also the quality of education, which you can offer there, is not there. And TMSA can come in and save that area and give us another quality school in that area as well. And Cabarrus County schools, Kannapolis County schools are starting to struggle. So we need another quality school in that area.
Thank you, sir. Our current location is way more than saturated. We are in the mid, like 2 miles away from 8 charter schools. So we are kind of squeezed over there. Now the prospective buildings are way better than our current situation, but thank you. And we count on that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Or, okay, Ashley, let's I mean, someone's all going to make a motion, but my preference would be that we table this till tomorrow morning, to give us a time to consult with our attorney.
I make a motion that we table this until tomorrow.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So give us 24 hours. Yep. And actually, let's put this on the agenda for probably first thing tomorrow
Yeah,
morning.
I'll put it
but,
first thing. Do you have a preference if they come remotely or come back?
What? I don't have a preference. I mean, I think if they want to come in remotely, that's fine. If they could be here in person, that'd be awesome too.
Okay.
Yep. So what's our, we had the agenda had.
I recused.
Agenda says we're breaking for lunch early today at 11. Is that still correct? Lunch here?
Lunch is here.
Okay.
I think we do have both of our renewal schools that were scheduled for 10:15 here and waiting. So I'll leave it up to you whether you want to go ahead and listen to those or wait until after lunch.
Okay, let's give us let's just take 5 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll come back and do the 2 renewals and then do lunch.
Okay.
So let's come back at 11:05. All right.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm going to ask board members to return to their seats so that we can get going this afternoon. I'd also ask those in the audience if you could please take your conversations outside. Thank you. Next up, renewals, Ms. Cook.
All right. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools, and we are in month 2 of renewal presentations. So by tomorrow, you will have been presented with the data from all 38 of this renewal cohort. And then also as a reminder, next month, we will hear from school business. Our office will give any updates on compliance items if there's been any movement since November on those items. And then the review board may invite any schools back before voting if you have any lingering questions for schools. And then the start of this presentation is just a review from last time. So we don't need to spend too much time here, but although you can use it for reference. But just as a reminder, the Office of Charter Schools has placed schools at a renewal term primarily based on their academics using the renewal guidelines and state board policy. And it is the responsibility of the Charter Schools Review Board to decide and approve a final renewal term for each school using the renewal statute, the renewal guidelines, the data and information presented, and the interviews with the schools. And then for each of the schools, you all have been provided with a data sheet, as well as the school's presentation, their renewal site visit feedback, and then if the schools had any letters of noncompliance, those have been provided and posted as well. So we will start with school presentations. We have 2 before lunch today. So the first will be Rise Southeast Charter. They are placed at a 3-year. And then also just as a reminder, for these 3 years, it should be noted that some schools may have more years of comparability or may have met growth more than 1 year. But because they are currently designated as continually low performing or low performing, the guidelines state that they cannot be placed at a 5 or a 7 years. So that's why you may see some schools at a 3-year, but their comparability or growth looks different. So again, starting with Rise Southeast Raleigh Charter, they have been placed at a 3-year because they are currently designated as continually low performing, but they are a K-8 school in Wake County, first opened in 2015. This past year, they exceeded growth and achieved a C. And then the previous 2 years met growth and were at an F. They have not been comparable to their local LEA in the immediately preceding 3 years. But we do not know of any current significant compliance items or financial compliance. And then their enrollment is listed as well as their historical charter agreements. So this would be their 3rd charter. And at this time, I will invite the leadership from Rise to give you their renewal presentation.
Jenna, before they do that, just to clarify, this is from your office is being recommended as a 3-year, correct?
Yes, that's correct because of their continued low performing status.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dawn Arthur. I'm the executive director for RISE. I'm joined here by Jason Jowers behind me, who's the principal on our team. I'm going to run through our presentation and then leave time for questions for him or myself. The board is also behind me representing us today. Do you all mind standing and waving? Thank you so much. RISE has had a phenomenal year, and though we might be placed at a 3-year renewal, we want to argue for much higher than that. And I'm going to try to paint that picture today and the story and the why. In 23-24, we grew more than 21 points to earn a C grade from what was an F grade. Our proficiency shot up, showing accelerated growth, and placed us at number 2 for charter schools in the state last year in terms of overall growth for students. If we compare ourselves to Johnston County or Wake County, which are close to us in proximity, then you would see that we also placed ourselves in the 2 spot for Johnston County and Wake County in the number 10 spot. Wake County is a strong district for this state, and so the comparability data is much There's a much higher bar for us to hit. And I'm going to walk us through some of our subgroup data that shows we're doing a great job for who is in our building. RISE has also been on a transformational journey in the last 5 years. We've taken turns through COVID and through fully growing up into our final K-8 state. We've also grown a middle school during COVID, and finally added enough members in the right capacity to our team to make sure that we have a long-term successful future. So on this first slide, again, I think Ashley and her team have already highlighted through your data sheet, but we are compliant, we are financially sound, and we have been so for the last 5 years. Our audits are sound, we're up to date in Epicenter and NC Star and many of these systems where performance is monitored. We have the right capacity on our team to make sure that the right checks and balances are in place for now and for the future. One of those positions is myself at the ED level, now joined by Mr. Jowers in the principal seat. So we have smart capacity on the right things to make sure that the right work is getting done. We have a healthy and active board. Again, many of them are here today. Some of them have been with us since the founding state, and many have joined to help us continue on this effectiveness journey. On the next slide, I want to talk about our academic outcomes, as this is what matters the most. Our students are coming from predominantly low-income backgrounds, predominantly Black and Hispanic. I'll speak to that in the next slide more closely, but we did exceed growth in an extraordinary way last year at 98.5%. We met growth in the year before in spite of incredibly high absences, which I know many schools have been facing as a result of COVID. And in the year before, we narrowly missed exceeding growth by 0.2 points. So if we round up, we would have had an exceeds growth in that year as well, which I believe would have removed us from that continually low performing status. So if we consider that data, I think our case is coming in way higher than a 3-year renewal, closer to 5, 7, and you'll see in the slides that I'm even trying to substantiate higher. I want to paint the picture for you all that we're not a flash in the bucket school, that we are building and have built over the last 5 years an organization that is sustaining and improving and now even accelerating our results. This slide shows, I picked one subgroup to analyze, as this is a 6-slide presentation to you all, but choosing our economically disadvantaged subgroup, our results, like I said, have been accelerating while schools around us in the closest zip codes have been demonstrating a declining performance measure or declining growth measure. Our school is over 80% economically disadvantaged. And so when I point to this subgroup, it's very intentional to speak to the majority of our school. Again, the picture I want to paint that I want you all to hear and see is that for us, we have accelerated, we are sustaining, and we are showing improvement at greater levels than the schools around us. Go to the next slide. And underneath of that, I want you all to see as well that we're tracking our own data and measures as one would do to grow it and turn around a school so that we can see what our points of growth are. We can see what things have made a difference, what matters. And I want to speak briefly to some of those difference makers in the last year and the last 3 years. First and foremost, transformative principal level leadership. So Mr. Jowers, who's behind me right here, I don't want to stand in his way, should take a bow, and I hope you have some questions for him because it was a remarkable, stunning year of growth. In large measure to his leadership at the school level with our staff team and with our students. We have had high staff retention for many years, over 80% in many years, in spite of, again, many schools around us losing teachers rapidly. We have had a chronic absentee problem in prior years that we see growing and getting better. And I think that in large measure, that's due to COVID. And I think we're seeing that shift and get better this year and into the future. We've also, like many schools, struggled with staff absenteeism in that time. And you all know that when staff absenteeism and student absenteeism overlap, it becomes a really incredible challenge. So we're seeing that data get better. We're seeing it move to yellow and to green. And even when it has been bad, our results have been meeting and exceeding growth. So we're really encouraged by what we can see into the future as well. Data-driven culture, many things you're all familiar with, leadership development, teacher development through some programs like the Want More, Do More cohort, Success Academies cohort, and programs offered by the Office of Charter Schools as well. And schools are not just data, they're the people in the building, the students, the values, the mission. We have an incredible team. We have incredible families who are coalesced around Mr. Jower's leadership, around our team, around the promise of the school. We're seeing our second cohort of 8th graders, because again, we've been growing. We're seeing our second cohort of 8th graders move to high quality charter schools or excel in their district schools beyond expectation. They're coming back to the school. They're supporting us still, helping us build that culture. We're opening programs like that cross-country team, the basketball team, the soccer team. We've been conference champions. We're excelling in that way. And that culture is helping to wrap around our school and infuse our academic results as well. So with that, I want to stand back and answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation this morning. Good question. A question, I guess, again, just clarification for Jenna in the office. So the reason that we're allowed to look at subgroup data, you know, not just the overall. And I'm seeing like in 23-24 they're 10 points higher than their LEA for Black students, close to 8%, 8 points higher than Hispanic. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason that the recommendation is 3 is because we're still on the continuing low performing list.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct. So the guidelines for a 5-year, the 5th bullet under the 5-year says that the school is not currently designated as continually low performing.
Yeah. So our guidelines is if you have that status, and again, we have latitude, but by definition, it's 3 years.
Yes.
How many of your students, you referenced Johnson County, but what's the breakdown of your students in Johnson versus Wake?
Out of 474 students right now, we have about 470 from Wake County. So the Johnson population is smaller and growing. The Wake County data is on your sheet as well, and we were really highly ranked for the number of schools there as well.
This data in front of us would be compared to Wake.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'd love to have Mr. Jowers come up and just to give a little bit of his background and how exceptional he is. If you don't know him, he was at Global Scholars, which he took that school from an F to a C in 1 year. Is that correct? And was then at Eno Valley and took that school from, I don't know, what was the percentage?
Not the same.
About the same.
About 15% the first.
This is the best turnaround principal in the state, I would argue. And he actually, when I was asked to lead a cohort of training for low performing schools, charter schools in the state, I recruited Jason to do it with me because I could think of no better person to teach others how to do this work. And I have learned so much from him. My first question is, how did you do it? And are you going to stick around?
I start with 2, definitely gonna stick around. How do we do it? I think is longer than this session allows time for. But in short, I would sum up, there was a lot of low hanging fruit at Rise when I arrived, which is one of the reasons why when I came and toured the school, I was excited about the opportunity. Dawn and the team before me had already done the cohort with Alex and I. They had already done Want More, Do More. So a lot of the things that I do in schools, the infrastructure was already in place. I just had to come in and execute, bring a level of expectation and accountability to offset what they had already been doing. And so with that, we also just brought in consistent daily, I just took a few notes, daily observation and feedback, data-driven instruction and intervention, comprehensive planning and assessment. When I say that, one of the things that I picked up when I first got in, they had just finished doing Eureka math for the first year. And the team leaned heavily on Eureka and not as much on what are the standards and creating our own pacing to make sure we hit all the standards so the kids were adequately prepared for the EOG. So we came in and revamped that. Eureka is a tool, not necessarily the source that we should be following. And so we created our own pacing to make sure we hit all the subject matter and give enough attention to the subject matter that it needed to get in order for our kids to be successful and our teachers to be successful. Then flexible scheduling and programming, creating a joyfully rigorous school culture, finding reasons to celebrate not only the kids, but also the teachers. Another big goal we had was reducing suspensions by 40%. You can't teach the kids if they're not in school, but at the same time, we didn't want to compromise the integrity of the learning environment. I think we were able to hit about 46% on that. So a lot of those kids historically that have been out of the building for behavior issues and other things like that, or maybe in a in-school suspension type of environment, we were able to keep in classes, keep the learning at a high level, get them engaged in the learning process. And so going from 20-some% proficient to over 50% proficient, there was a lot of kids that had never passed the EOG before. And so we just continue to continue that trend into this school year.
You mentioned that you've had to overcome the challenges of student absenteeism and even staff absenteeism. Talk to me a little bit about how you handle that with the staff. Because if the staff are there and they're motivating kids, then the students will be more likely to want to show up as well. I'm just curious how you handled that with the staff absentee issue that you're facing.
I'm not going to pretend that wasn't a challenge, and in some ways it's still a challenge. We're getting better with it. If you look at our staff retention, a lot of that retention we have, because we lost the COVID funds, like a lot of schools did, we had to downsize from a staffing standpoint, and some of those individuals that did have some attendance challenges and things of that nature, unfortunately, was some of the individuals that did not return the rise this year. So that's how we've addressed it this year. However, for last year, just holding people accountable primarily through the evaluation process, we do use nieces. So in using nieces, standard one states, teachers lead in the classroom. Well, you can't lead if you're not there. And so holding teachers accountable from that standpoint, to make sure that they were there as much as possible. And then keeping the data in front of the teachers, holding them responsible for completing pre-work, coming to PLCs prepared with their own data, having those conversations. If you're going to be able to do that effectively, you got to be in the building to do it, especially if you need support reading it and understanding it and everything like that in order to analyze it and then go back into a class and recess and make targeted implementation based off what your data is saying. So I think that was another thing that helped us, but just transparently, that's an area that we're still growing.
Obviously, having a great principal makes a huge difference. And you may not know the answer to this, but and this may be a tough question. Where were you before?
Durham Public Schools, Eno Valley Elementary.
Okay. All right. Well, then the question I was going to ask is probably not relevant, but one question I do have is the principal makes a lot of difference. If you're not there, what keeps the culture going?
I think leadership is important. I think we are putting the infrastructure in place where whether I'm there or I'm not there, things will continue as long as there is a leader that can carry on the processes. Again, the framework was already in place. I was just able to come in. We tweaked a few things, but we were able to execute at a high level. Now I think we've created a culture in the school where there's an expectation among the teachers, but also there's an expectation amongst the kids and our families. So as we get new scholars even this year, and they aren't necessarily aligned with the culture, the kids are the ones that are calling it out like, we gonna let this what we doing? Which is what you want. You want them to take ownership of the program. And so that's the culture and the climate that we're building, as well as our leadership team, our coaches, our MTSS coordinator, our EC facilitator. We don't have an assistant principal. So when I'm out of the building like today, they're carrying the ship. They're doing the observations. They're running the PLC. They're doing the things, and it's ongoing continuous development with them as well.
Another question I've got, looking at the subgroup data, among, in the last year, you're 10 points above the district for Black students, 8 points above the district for Hispanic students. If I'm looking at this other chart correctly, Black and Hispanic students, Black students are 72% of your school? Is that
about 72%.
Hispanics are 22. So that's 94% of your students fall into those two groups.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, obviously, how you do with that group is really how you're doing overall.
Exactly. That's gonna impact our data the greatest.
We have like five more minutes for questions.
All right, so looking at your groups from over years, so and she spoke, I'm sorry, I hate to say she, but she talked about you hadn't changed, your teachers didn't change, and your student population hasn't changed that much?
No.
So you made a difference by just what you've done by changing the culture in the building.
You can say that.
That stands a lot for you, man.
Yeah.
It really does.
We have a great team. We do.
It does. And you're in a tough area of Raleigh. Really are. And you're making a big difference. And what is just pointed out is the subgroups that you're making a big difference in. And congratulations.
Yeah. And I would just, I think Jason's has proven what's possible, right? And I think we should take note of that. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of Jasons to go around in the state, and we should be thinking about how do we replicate the practices that are implemented. I know Eric is doing a lot of that through Want More, Do More. How do we train and equip principals? Because there's just not a lot of folks that are able to do this. As an example, the school that we just heard from, right, who had tried to do turnaround. I guess one question that I have is, what did the board do to empower you or Dawn to make this viable? How did they support you? How did they position the school to make this turnaround? Was there anything specific?
I think the boards stood out as leaders. They are a great support to me. They empower me to make decisions. And then I work with Jason, and together we lead the school. So I think at the fundamental level, they are leaders who let us lead. But there is so much consistency across our board team that they're able to maintain the history and the policies and the storytelling as well. And as we add new members, we're going to have an opportunity to infuse new leadership and more fundraising and more expertise. But we've been able to balance that board over time to bring all of those things together. And if you intended to, you could ask them, they're here. That's how I would answer that question.
Ask for longer charter.
Can I ask a question about that? So you said you wanted more, and that you were pursuing more in terms of getting a larger renewal. Can you just kind of give that really quick, just like, why does that mean so much to y'all? Why is that important to you?
It is space and capacity, for one thing. So I think you all, I probably don't have to say this to this room, but schools that are turning around and often Title I have so much extra weight in terms of compliance and performative work that we've done. So I think it would be nice to go ahead and get that longer renewal. We've done the work. I think it is work that is not just excellent in these last couple of years, but is sustainable for the future, which is how I imagine you all are weighing this question. And giving us the space to talk to banks for longer terms, talk to donors for longer terms, talk to our family about more stable families longer terms. All of those things matter in giving us more room to continue to accelerate and sustain our results.
Can you remind me, I know you might have said it, when you came to the organization and when they switched from Move to Rise? Sure. Just the years, basically.
Yeah, I joined in 2019. So I've been with this organization for the last 5 years. In 2020, I came before you all for that renewal and also for the transition away from the PAVE network. So some of these conversations earlier about consolidation, we actually removed ourselves from a management organization and became a single site school and changed our name in the process.
And then can I ask a question to OCS? I know it was asked before that the only reason that there are 3 instead of higher was low performing, which then suggests that everything else is intact. Enrollment, finance, governance, Remind me, I know I can find it. What's the definition of low performing?
So low performing would be that the school is performing at a D or an F and has either not met or met growth. And then continually low performing would be that the school has been low performing in 2 out of the last 3 years. So this school is falling in that category because they were low performing in 21, 22 and 22, 23. That's why they're on CLP this year.
Jason, you came what year?
Last year. Last year was my first year.
So I think that's the conversation with the board here in terms of an exception. You just heard a narrative of kind of a dynamic duo that I know both people pretty well, in which, one leader came during COVID, during a big transformation time, helped lead the school out of both of those things, both the transformation, leaving the EMO, and COVID, hired, as you and Alex's praise is big because he's one of the best in the state, if not the best. So them two could duke it out later, in terms of transformation. But you got, the LeBron James of that type of world transformation who proved it in a year. Like the numbers are right in front of you. I know it's a framework. I normally try to be pretty close to it. But I do think this warrants the conversation of an exception, 2 more years. And I would, when a motion is being asked, I probably would make that.
Yeah, just a reminder, we'll be actually voting on all of these schools collectively, individually, but as a group in the January, February.
That's right.
And you said you wanted more, but you didn't say how many years.
10.
Whoa. Well, you have some more homework to do. Also, what is the percentage of your licensed teachers?
We're at 40%.
So what?
40%.
So what are you doing to improve that?
We offer licensure bonuses once a year for those that maintain or get their license. We also are trying to hire teachers in this moment for the next year that are already licensed. And we're interested in programs such the ones that you've recently approved from Henderson Collegiate and other places where there's ed prep opportunities.
I just have a procedural question. And I think this has happened before. If we were to give them a 5-year, or even a 3-year, and they exceed growth again, do they have to then wait until the renewal term to earn the 10-year? Okay. So there's no coming back to, yeah.
And I want to remind you again, maybe 0.2 points away from 85 exceeding growth 2 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I obviously I believe in this team. I do feel like that's kind of a funny thing. It's like, if you exceed growth back to back, you're automatically off of continuing low performing and eligible for a 10-year almost, so there's kind of like this, do you take 5? Do you take 3 and get 10 quickly? Not many schools have gone from 3 to 10. Durham Charter is one of them.
They would have to have a lot of
Wow.
confidence in their turnaround.
Wow.
Mike's drop.
I told you they were gonna duke it out.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna, just for the second time, thank you for your presentation today and for the work that you're doing. Like I said, we'll be voting in early 2025 on the renewals. I will say that I can't say that I've visited this school, but my school competes with your school on the athletic fields. We got you this year on the cross country, but I share that from the perspective of when you see the students outside of school as well, and the pride and joy they have in wearing that uniform and performing for the school, even on the athletic field. That resonates across into the academics as well. So congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats.
All right, we have one more before lunch. So this is Rollsville Charter Academy. They have been placed at a 5-year renewal term because they were comparable to Wake County for 1 year. They also have met growth 2 out of the last 3 years. They are continually low performing, but they are currently on the low performing list, but they are not currently continually low performing. So that puts them at the 5-year renewal. So like I said, Rollsville Charter Academy is a K-8 school in Wake County, first opened in 2018. Last year, they did not meet growth and performed at a D, but the prior 2 years, they met growth and were at a C. They are currently on the low performing list. And they have 1 year of comparability to Wake County schools. You can see their enrollment numbers at the bottom of that sheet. And then this will be their 3rd charter. And at this time, I will invite the folks from Rollsville Charter Academy to give you their renewal presentation.
Good morning, board. How are you today? So we have our board president. I'm Shayla Lohman. I'm the principal at Rollsville Charter Academy. Our board president is joining us remotely. She would like to start off this presentation, so I just want to make sure we can kick it off to her.
Excellent. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Can you unmute,
Okay.
please?
I did unmute. Can you hear me? I am unmuted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm online remotely as well. I can hear you, but I'm not sure if they can, but I can.
Oh.
Do you want to go ahead with your part of the presentation and then we can come back to her?
She was really excited about opening it up.
Okay, we'll pause. Sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you so much.
Hey,
You have the floor.
this is Rhonda. I can hear her when she speaks, but it seems like y'all can't hear her when she is speaking. She put in the chat that I could hear her, Lisa Kane.
Lisa, try to mute again, please.
She said she was unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We just had to work on the tech in here.
Yay. I love it. Technology, everyone. Thank you so much. And thanks for being patient, because like Shayla said, I am very excited to be here this morning. And I'm so thankful that you gave me this opportunity to dial in remotely, as I had a previously planned family trip that I had an obligation to. So I appreciate your time this morning. Almost a decade ago, I embarked on a journey to bring a charter school to Rollsville. And many of the original board members who joined me on the mission are still with us here today. Rollsville Charter Academy opened right before COVID And I'm so proud of the way our staff and administration have navigated any and all headwinds the school has faced along the way. We have stayed true to our mission of providing students with an enriched learning environment and equipping them with the tools and necessary skills for success in the classroom and beyond. The school utilizes instructional commitments to ensure that students are receiving appropriate education. These include implementing our curriculum with fidelity, using curricular tools and assessments that align to state standards, and monitoring and responding to intervention data. We utilize professional learning communities to unpack priority objectives and measure student performance on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. We provide ongoing professional development opportunities focused on the use of curricular tools. We partner with our parents and involve them in their students' education by holding parent-teacher conferences, sharing progress reports on a regular basis, and making ourselves available to parents when they have questions and concerns. At the heart of what we do, we celebrate our students who are doing well with Moral Focus Awards, Achievement Awards from deans, and 3 monthly rewards programs for students who are consistently showing academic engagement and doing well behaviorally. Our students are at the heart of all that we do, and I love that we have created a place not only rich in learning opportunities, but also a place where students know they are family. We have adopted a school motto: you are safe, you are loved, you are home. This motto may be heard in assemblies, in conversations with students, and in talks with students who are having a rough day. It can be seen on t-shirts, and it's the focus of our annual school hug. There's a photograph that you'll see on a future slide. This motto is not just a collection of words. It can be felt daily throughout the halls and classrooms of Roseville Charter Academy. At this time, I would like to turn our presentation over to another one of my board members, Daryl Stanford, who will share more about students and the families that we serve.
Thank you. My name is Daryl, and I want to just speak very quickly about the students and families that we serve in our little small town of Roseville. And Roseville is a small town that has definitely grown, and Roseville Charter Academy has also grown with it. Right now, we currently serve about 719 students. As you can see, 58% of them are economically disadvantaged, 13% of students with disabilities, and 9% are English language learners. So a lot of our students come from rural underperforming areas. Specifically, a lot of them come from Franklin County area. And our school demographics have changed drastically over the last 3 years specifically. Economically disadvantaged and English language learner subgroup populations have increased tremendously over the last 3 years. One of the largest reasons, to be honest, in our little northern Wake County area, a neighboring school has opened that offers kindergarten through high school. And we lost a lot of students because of that. A lot of students have shifted to that. And it made a huge impact on our enrollment, as well as our student demographics. With that being said, it has decreased enrollment and, of course, has allowed for Roseville Charter Academy has had to make a lot of changes for a new era of students that have come in since that time. We are committed to managing that change, addressing those academic gaps, of course, and specifically addressing that additional diversity that has come to us recently. Our teachers have met with students, and we have provided a lot of change within our building to help us be ready for this new students that have come to us as a result of losing some students to a neighboring school. So with that being said, some of the things we've done, I'm just going to give you 2 things really quickly. Teachers have developed some different relationships using differentiated learning. We've had to get more cultural awareness training to be able to handle some of this, as well as we've had to get more training on behavioral support methods. We've had some behavior issues, so we've had to acquire some more knowledge to help our teachers be able to be better leaders for our new students that have come in over the last 3 years. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the principal. She's going to talk to you more about some of the academic information.
Thank you. On the next slide, You'll see some of our academic data. Since the 21-22 school year, the majority of our grades have met or exceeded growth. As you can see, the percentage of grades that have met or exceeded growth increased from 67% to 75% over the past 3 years. We have met growth in ELA since 22-23 and in math since 23-24. We did not meet growth last year due to the inclusion of science. On the next slide, you'll see that we're highlighting the fact that students who remain at Roseville for 3 or more years outperform their peers and have shown academic growth in all subjects. Last year, the proficiency rate for students who are at Roseville for 3 or more years was on average 15 percentage points higher than their peers. On the next slide, you'll see that we believe it's important to highlight that RCA's results were comparable to Wake County in the 21-22 school year, but decreased over the past 2 years. This is in correlation to the increase in the number of ED students that we now serve. Our ED rates have doubled in the past 2 years. However, when we compare our proficiency rates to schools in Wake County with similar ED rates, we find that we are outperforming or performing similarly to those schools. I'll turn it over to one of our other board members to talk about what we're doing to address this data.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, it's past lunch. Okay. My name is Yolanda Taylor. I'm the vice chair of our board, and I'm going to talk about what we're doing to improve our priorities. Already, we were doing data dives, right? We have a general practice of collecting and analyzing our data, things like discipline data, things like assessments on our EOGs, benchmark tests, and also attendance. But one of the things that I like as a board member is that we do a good job of getting stakeholder engagement. We do a good job of getting the voices of our parents involved. So the following areas, and the board, we've met rigorously with our leadership and our management company to talk about what we're going to do moving forward. And so some of these things are, we're going to continue to do the things that we think we do well, and that is to continue to use these multiple assessments to identify students who are low performing. We're going to zero in on their North Carolina check-ins. We're going to look at their benchmark assessments, and we're going to continue to do progress monitoring assessments. We are still going to expect that our teacher and our leadership staff have these weekly meetings to review this data and have these small professional learning communities by grade level and content area. We are going to, as a board, we still expect our staff and leadership to also use this data to inform their small group learning and to focus on individual performance and our growth needs. We still will continue to use our multi-tier system of supports. We're going to require our staff continue to utilize intervention based on each student's particular needs. We know that we have a new population of students. I believe 58% of our students are economically disadvantaged. This is the first time for Roseville Charter Academy, but as a board member, when we started the school, we wanted to diversify our school. We wanted to make sure that anybody who wanted an opportunity to come to Roseville Charter Academy will have that opportunity. So we are embracing this change, and we know that this is just a temporary situation and that we're going to be like our mascot, and we're going to be an eagle, and we will soar to that next level. Some of the new things that we're putting into place will be to loop, because we realized through the data that science was one of our weaknesses. So we're going to restructure our staff so that the science teacher is now looped in with our 4th graders and our 5th graders, so that the students at that low grade level will become familiar with routines, procedures, and expectations. We're also going to provide students with support from social workers if they need it, achievement and behavior support, and specialists who will meet their social and emotional needs. Because again, we realize that, when students come to school, they bring their social lives, they bring their family life, they bring whatever it is that has made their family economically disadvantaged. So we want to be there to support them emotionally as well. But we're also, as a board, we're looking at our teachers. We want to make sure that our teachers, respect our expectations to be a high performing charter school as well. So we are going to implement, or we have implemented, I should say, some dean staff changes where we have a dean that's going to focus on our our students with special needs. We also are implementing a change in dean support to provide additional support for math and reading. We're going to leverage support and hold NHA accountable to provide us with the curriculum and instruction specialists to develop our deans' instructional coaching skills. We're going to provide ongoing professional development throughout the school year that includes topics like subject matter and expectations, accountability, technology management, and again, like I say, behavior management. And we want to make sure that we continue to support the stamina and grit in our students. These are the things that we think moving forward, if we just focus on what we've been successful at, as well as leveraging opportunities to grow in other areas. Mostly supporting our teachers through our new teacher summit that NHA holds annually, and making sure that our teachers feel supported and they have what they need to be successful. We know if they're successful, our students will be successful. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, board member Michael Kari. Thank you.
Ashley, how much time do we have? Okay, just want to make sure we leave room for questions. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, we got two more, we're on our final slide, and myself and one other presenter. One of the strengths of this board or the school is this board. We come with one voice. That one voice includes a vast diversity of background, education law, education psychology, parents of the students, finance, former law, and real estate. We understand our fiduciary responsibility to govern the school, and just not rely on the EMO. We ask questions. We have a history of, unmodified audit opinions, but our fiduciary responsibility goes beyond just the audit. We have to understand what's in the financials, footnotes, and, what funds our school. We do a great job of understanding the financials. We require our EMO to provide us budget amendments and, initial budgets prior to bringing them to the board for approval. The board takes it upon ourselves to understand where the money's going, what our federal and state financing programs are. And we have had one finding over the past 3 years, but we take that finding, we discuss it, come up with a corrective action plan, ensure that plan is adhered to, and we move forward. We govern our board to ensure that we're meeting our mission for our students. They are the primary reason why we do this. We also provide oversight to our program and regularly review the school's financial data. We ask questions. We just don't rubber stamp anything. We make sure that we have an understanding of where the data is coming from, how it impacts us financially, and as one for the board, we discuss it and make our decisions. We also have a continuous education and learning. We understand that improvement is needed going forward, both for the students, teachers, administration, and ourselves. So we routinely go through through our board attorney to provide us current legislation. We had a session, looking at the new funding requirements. And then we also internally make sure that we're moving forward with our own educational programs and learning with our EMO. To wrap it up, I'm going to turn it over to Xenia Murphy.
Hi, my name is Xenia Murphy. I'm not just part of the board, but I'm also a proud parent. I have a rising 5th grader that attends RCA and has been attending since she was in kindergarten. I will tell you in summary, the kids are definitely, they feel the love, they feel support. I can see it with the teachers, which we also have a very low rate of turnover as far as teachers. We have a 75% retention rate. And I will tell you personally, I get to experience on a daily basis Principal Lohman's relationship with not just her teachers, also our students. And I'm a very proud member of the school. I support it, and I appreciate you taking the time to consider us for Renewal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a closing statement or?
Oh, I'm here for questions.
All right. Thank you. Questions from board members or comments?
There was reference to a new school that opened in the area. Does that school also have elementary division?
Yes, it's K-12.
It's a K-12 school.
Are you referring to Wake Prep there or the private school dailies in the area?
Wake Prep.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions?
I would just comment, one of my concerns, and I think your concerns as well, your demographics are changing. There's a slide here showing that the students that have been at the school for 3 years or more are performing better, but it's the economically disadvantaged students actually make up a large fraction of the students that have been there less than 3 years. So it would appear that it's possible that it's not just how long the student's been there, but also there's a change in the mix of students and the longer who have been there longer versus shorter. The one thing that concerns me is among your economically disadvantaged students, it looks like you're falling behind, or maybe it's the LEA is improving. I'm not sure, but they're not doing as well as they were 3 years ago. Your economically disadvantaged students. If that's going to be the new, the majority of the students you have, that's going to obviously end up being a problem. A question that I have is your management company. Are they prepared to deal with a new demographic mix?
Yes, National Heritage Academies. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, that's fine. It's
Yes.
just that obviously what the school's doing is probably going to have to change. You got a different clientele than they had. Is your management company equipped to deal with a new kind of student, or are they kind of specialize in the students that you once had, but now they're seeing something that they may not be as well suited to deal with?
Yes, that's very insightful, and I agree with your insights there. In speaking in regards to the management company, National Heritage Academies, of course, we do have schools in other areas that are, working with students who have economic challenges, and they are growing those students and they're learning. I think the difference with Roseville is this mixture, and the conversations that we are having are new and they are different. I will say that there is, a revelation that you are bringing up that we're discussing right now. And I will say that the board members, they're not just standing here telling you that they're involved. They present the challenges. They've already looked at this. We've had discussions about, hey, maybe we need to think outside the box with what we are doing. And so right now we are exploring some options. I was excited to hear about RISE. I haven't heard about that principle, but I'm sure that, talking to other people, other schools who have gone through these challenges, we will be able to partner, get some ideas about programs, but that conversation has definitely started.
I have one more quick question, and I'm sorry if I missed it in your presentation. On the enrollment that you have from 2021 to 2024, that 22-23 school year dropped, right? A little over 100 students. Did you put your finger on what that was?
That was the year that, what year was that? I'm sorry, that you're referring to?
22-23.
That was the year that Wake Prep opened up, and we lost quite a bit of our students.
Follow up a little bit on Bart was talking about National Heritage, they have schools across the state that have similar demographics. Matter of fact, a couple of years ago, one of their schools in Greensboro, I believe, or Guilford County, was like Blue Ribbon School. So I think National Heritage certainly has the ability to support the changing demographics of Roseville.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your
Thank you
time
for your
today, for
time.
coming in, and we will be making renewal votes in early 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are going to break for lunch. It's 12 o'clock. We want to try to reconvene at 12:45, do a 45-minute lunch. Does that work? All right, let's try it. Let's say 12:30 then. 12:30.
work there with our, last year, we're looking at around 40%. We're up 5% again this year. So we are moving forward with that, and we can get into the reasons why very shortly here. Our achievement scores in math, they've increased by 4. As we know, when we look at 4th grade and 7th grade across the state of North Carolina, you're going to see a lot of times there's a lot of drop in the data. But we have done some really good work there across all those schools to really keep that, keep the 4th grade moving in the 7th grade as well. And as we look at our science, our scores are up there as well, up by 10 points from a 62 to a 72. So those are some really good jumps there, and we have met the EVAS growth as well. Students with disabilities, very, very happy to see the work there that we have improved on from last year. We're up 7% as well. And so there's a lot of things that are going on, specifically the intentionality on making sure that we're building capacity within our teachers, within our leaders as well. We're not working in silos. Too often you have schools that are just working separately, and then we're in competition. They all train together. We all work together. We all make sure that we are every Friday is a half day for our students, but it's also a half day. It's a full day for our staff. They're in training, they're learning, and they are progressing, learning how to teach reading, learning what we're doing, learning, going through data, making sure that things are where they need to be. So those are the things that are happening right now. If we can move to the next slide, if you don't mind. Yeah, if they're ready.
If you're online, can you try and speak and see if we can hear you now?
All right, good morning. Can you all hear us?
There we go. Thank you, man.
Are we able to just like begin? I don't know where Maxie left off. If you guys would like us just to start, from the beginning, we're able to do that. What is best here?
If you will move on to slide, I want to say, can you go to the next one? The slide 3, where we're talking about the impact of movement versus CMS versus the state.
Yes. Okay. Well, good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenneth Gorham, and I proudly serve as the middle school principal here at Movement Freedom Middle School.
And I'm A.B. Brown. I am the current principal of Freedom Elementary School.
And so thinking about the impact, here at Movement Schools, we are very aware of the scholars who we serve, and we take pride in the scholars who we serve. And so we're very intentional with analyzing not just our overall proficiency and achievement, but also how we're doing in our subgroups. And so like right now, as you guys see, as it relates to our Black and brown students, our scholars who are economically disadvantaged, and then our scholars who are Hispanic, we do see that we historically are outperforming our local district schools as well as within the state, within those subgroups.
We also noticed that we focus on like the strong start for students in kindergarten and 1st grade. So looking at slide 4, you can see that our students have a really strong foundation in both ELA and math as measured by the math proficiency test. Well over the majority of our students in kindergarten and 1st grade are mastering their math skills, and there was over 20 point growth in the year after year, after looking at the year after year growth. So we know that there is something that is going on well in our classrooms when it comes to math, because the vast majority of our students are doing math on grade level. And then when I look at ELA, same there, our students have a really strong start when it comes to ELA with over 20 point growth year over year as on the MAP test. And so we know some of the things that we do to have an individualized approach to that, and also to just have a strategic approach to that, is that we have weekly small group instruction. This happens on every Friday, so our students are getting targeted help on the skills that they didn't master throughout the week. We also have implementation of a new curriculum, which is Eureka Math Squared, if you are familiar. We do content walkthroughs with the experts of these curriculums, and then we have daily intellectual preparation meetings. So what that means is that our teachers come together and they spar with each other so they can have the absolute best practices in the classroom in order to really enrich their instruction. So with the foundation that I talked about with K1, and also just with the growth that we have, we know that we have a really strong start for students that we can build on in the years to come.
If we continue to slide 5, here's where we hone in on our organizational health. We are very intentional around the organizational health of each of our sites here in Movement Schools. Here at Freedom specifically, we are seeing at about 88%, 89% of our teachers feel strongly around the trajectory of our school, the working conditions, the opportunities for development, and just the overall experience. We do firmly believe that how our teachers and our staff feel directly impacts our student achievement and their experience. We also are seeing that 91% of teacher retention. I'm very proud of that. Being here at Movement Freedom since 2019, I have loved to see the amount of teachers that we have that are returning, that are becoming veteran teachers under us here at Movement Freedom. One thing that really shines a light for me as it relates to that is just the opportunity to build content experts. As we know, the better teachers become with their teaching practices, the better our scholars will be able to do when it comes to our standardized assessments. So seeing our teachers come back year after year, feeling positive about the school that they work at, feeling super supported as it relates to their own development as teachers, and to be able to see our kids benefit from those really makes me smile being a Freedom leader. On the right here, you have Mr. Johnny Moultrie, who is currently serving as our kindergarten and first grade assistant principal. Mr. Moultrie previously served as a teacher. He then moved into the grade level leader seat, and then now he's serving as an assistant principal. Mr. Moultrie, as you see, talks very strongly about how family-oriented our organization and our schools feel. He also talks about how he appreciates the team camaraderie that our staff has with each other. He then talks about the coaching and development that he's received as a staff member. And so again, to hone in on that, I also worked here as a teacher, a fourth grade reading teacher in 2019. And so I have also seen the positive impacts of moving through the instructional pipeline because of the intentional coaching and development that our leaders do and that our leaders have for our staff members here at Movement Schools. If we move to slide 6, we have talked a lot about like the achievement that we have had over the years. We have moved into a C from a D. So our report card this year, this is the first year in a couple of years that we have moved out of the D range into a C. We are very proud of that achievement and that accomplishment. But we do know that to achieve that, there were just certain things that we have to make priority here as an organization. And so 3 of those things that we really hone in here at Freedom are our weekly professional development opportunities for our teachers, our intellectual preparation meetings, and then our real-time coaching. Beginning specifically with our weekly professional development, we are very happy to see our teachers get weekly at-bats at development around our teacher toolkits as well as leaders as well. So for example, our principals are able to see, okay, as a school, here's a trend gap that we're noticing that our teachers could benefit from as it relates to building their skill. Because ultimately we know when we build the skill of teachers, our students get better and they have a better academic experience. Additionally, every single day, we have intellectual preparation meetings. And so those are meetings led by our content leads, our assistant principals, our principals, where we're able to come in as a grade level team, as a content team, playing around misconceptions, unpack our standards, even before we get in front of students. We understand the impact of that. The better prepared you are, not just knowing your lesson plan in and out, but also being able to identify ahead of time, how can we address misconceptions for students before they even arise? We understand and see the impact of that for our students. And lastly, our real-time coaching. Here at Freedom, our teachers are very aware about culture as it relates to being normalized to the idea of leaders coming into their classrooms weekly. Leaders understand that it is their goal, it is their job to make sure that our teachers are getting better, gaps are being closed, but also affirming our teachers on what is going well. Their goal is to make sure that before you leave the classroom, it should be better than when you went inside of it. And so our teachers understand that when your leader comes in the classroom to real-time coach you, it is absolutely in partnership with you so that we are pulling out the best things for students when it relates to their achievement and their abilities.
And building on that, like we are firm believers of real-time coaching. We believe that when teachers have the misconception addressed in a moment for them, that they can move to proficiency just like our scholars. And so just as Mr. Gorham said, we go all in on real-time coaching. We believe that teachers need to have the feedback right away so that they can administer the absolute best practices to students. And so this is something that we are thinking about all the time. Then I also just want to speak to overall development. We recognize with our charter school that we have lots of inquiry when it comes to employment in our organization. And so we want to make sure that we are readying individuals to be the best teachers for students. And one of the ways that we do that is through real-time coaching. So I just wanted to stamp that because that is something that we really believe moved our school from a D to a C because we have even sharper educators that we put in front of our students.
All right. Movement, thank you guys for that. We're going to transfer this back over to the board here. They're going to have some questions for us. So if you guys could definitely listen out and then make sure you jump right in and answer for me.
Thank you again for those online too for that information. Would any charter school review board members like to make any comments or questions?
I have a quick question. Thank you. The data for 2 or more races, I guess, is negligible because there's an NA throughout that row where we're not comparing the two or more race demographic, but the percent of population in the school is 1/10 more than the white demographic, and we have their data on that. So I'm wondering why we don't have the data on two or more races. They're both 2% plus of the population, and together they'd be almost 5%. Just curious as to we can capture one but not the other. Just
That I will definitely have to do some looking into that one. I do apologize.
no, it's okay.
Rita, I mean, typically this is because the number of, well, the reason why it would be masked on this data sheet is because the number of students that were assessed in that demographic, that number was less than 10, is why they would mask it on the accountability scores.
So are you saying that in the white population more tested, even though
that's what I can assume
population
looking
percent would be less than two or more races more tested, and so that put the data
potentially is what you
makes
could assume
sense
from that.
Okay.
Jenna, is this similar to the school that we heard from this morning where, you know, their subgroup data is but better, in some cases, much better than the local LEA. But the reason it's a 3 years because of the continuing low performing status?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I would observe that in the subgroup data, they're exceeding the LEA for what looks to be about 97% of the population of the school. There's one group that's a small group where they're not. In some regards, it reminds me very much of the school that we saw earlier today, except they don't have this dramatic story about how they had to change their leadership, and that made a difference. It looks like they've just been doing the hard work year after year and improving.
Other comments or questions? Well, hearing none, thank you for your time. And for those online, you may have heard us say this earlier today, we'll actually be making a vote on all renewals in early 2025.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And then the final school for today is Bethany Community School. Bethany Community School is a 6 through 12 school located in Rockingham County, and first opened in the year 2000. In the last 3 years, they have not met growth, but they did perform at a C in 23-24. And then in the previous 2 years, were at a D. They are on the continually low performing list. And then they have 2 out of 3 years of comparability. But again, like the previous 2 schools mentioned, they are on the continually low performing list, which is why they're at that 3-year renewal placement. And then their enrollment is listed. And then additionally, they have their historical charter agreements, as well as, if you remember from last month's, the renewal schools were given the opportunity to submit some additional information and data for you all to consider. So Bethany did submit that to you. So they are making their case for a 7-year renewal, and that's in that data. And then likely will be spoken about today. So at this time, I will invite the leadership from Bethany Community School to give you their presentation.
Good afternoon, and again, 20 minutes, but we want to leave time for questions as well, please.
It's the last one of the day. Diane, I just keep going and going.
That don't work that way.
No worries. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. I'm Jeff Morris, the Executive Director at Bethany Community School, and I have with me our senior leadership team and key members of our board of directors. Before we dig in, I'd like to share a little of our history to give you some context. Bethany was founded in the year 2000 as a 6-8 middle school serving students in the southwest corner of Rockingham County. We operated that way for a long time, educating almost 2,000 students, preparing them for the high school experience that they chose. As you can imagine, parents began asking for the school to broaden the scope and expand to high school. In 2017, the school began that expansion, adding 1 grade level per year and graduating the first students in 2021. That first class of students were groundbreakers, unafraid to tackle the high school experience right alongside the school leaders, and building new traditions and pointing out where we needed to grow.
I feel like it's important to understand our story. During that expansion, Bethany doubled its enrollment, doubled the teaching staff, and moved into a new facility. As I like to explain, Bethany was a pretty good middle school. When we went and added the 9th grade, we were a pretty good 6-9 middle school. And then we added the 10th grade and we were a 6-10 middle school. We hadn't quite figured out what it meant to be a high school. And then COVID hit, and we all know what impact that had on schools, but it's certainly in terms of us expanding our program and what it meant to be a high school, it was a barrier for our growth there as well. During all this expansion, the school did not add administration or instructional support staff at a level commensurate with the enrollment increase. You go. I began my tenure as the executive director in 2022, and since that time, we've worked with the board to clarify our mission statement. This was a critical piece of our development as we imagined what it meant to be a Bethany graduate and how the middle school could help support that vision. We also updated our policies and procedures, including the staff handbook, operations manual, and parent and student handbook, and our student code of conduct. We took a deep dive into what was happening instructionally and brought in support from Tom Miller at Leaders Building Leaders and Bree Bean at iLeader. With their support, we were able to identify areas for improvement, target professional development, and update our education plan to focus on inquiry-based learning where students are led to discover, making the learning relevant and rigorous. Implementing concepts like the 5E model of instruction where students are engaged with new material, explore new content and how it relates to prior learning. Students then have the opportunity to explain what their learning is, provide formative assessment for their understanding to the teachers. We then work to have students focus on elaborating on the new knowledge and extend the content before finally evaluating. We are a work in progress, but our classroom walkthrough tool has shown that our classrooms have shifted from teacher-centered to student-centered. We have focused on properly unpacking standards and developing clear pacing guides and scope and sequence documents aligned with our education plan. This year, we've expanded our access to technology so that students could take advantage of the digital resources we have and can use those tools to conduct regular formative assessments to inform instruction. Probably most importantly, we've expanded our administrative team and instructional support staff. You have to inspect what you expect. And the additional staff allows us to be in classroom more, focus on instructional methods, provide coaching to teachers, differentiate learning for targeted subgroups, and support students through the addition of a school counselor and college and career counselor. Our grade band principals are able to focus on their respective programs and with the support of an administrative, with an assistant principal and the director of teaching and learning. We've added operations staff so that our academic staff doesn't have to focus on the non-instructional aspects of running a school, like compliance paperwork, lunch, technology, and facility issues. In short, we've been able to reduce our supervisory ratio to provide the necessary oversight and allow us to ensure that we are staying on mission. So now let's take a look at our progress. In 21-22, BCS was below the comparability threshold with Rockingham County Schools, as well as Guilford County Schools, where approximately 1 in 3 of our students live. At that time, we were designated a low-performing school and had a D on our report card. With our efforts, we have certainly turned the tide. As you can see, our overall proficiency has increased by 11% since that 2022 low. We have improved a letter grade and are no longer on the low-performing list. Our trajectory represents the hard work of our staff and students and is a direct result of the procedures, education plans, and expectations we have set. In 22-23, we were in the comparability range, and this past year, we outperformed both Rockingham County and Guilford County schools. Go ahead. Our overall data has shown positive improvement, but we would also like to highlight some of our subgroup performance. Our internal data dashboard tracks our performance on every test and in every subgroup. We use that to set internal goals. Back in 21-22, BCS employed one full-time certified EC teacher with a caseload that was way too high. We've added EC staff and focused attention on that program. Our current EC enrollment is about 13% of our student body, and as you can see, our students with disability subgroup performed at a comparable level to Rockingham County Schools. Our Black students are also performing at that comparable level, and our Hispanic students, which is our largest racial minority subgroup, are outperforming Rockingham County Schools. As we take a look at this a little bit deeper, we can see that we met or exceeded growth with students with disability, Hispanic, Black, economically disadvantaged students, and our English language learners. What have we done to make this happen? We've strengthened our governance and leadership practices and enhanced our administrative capacity, as we talked about. We've built in intervention time to support students falling behind. We have improved our Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction. We regularly review data, which shows us that we are outpacing last year's performance on North Carolina check-ins, and our walkthrough data shows alignment and an increase in student engagement and on-task behavior. Our attendance rates have improved, and our discipline referrals have declined. I can't speak highly enough of our staff and students as we've tackled this, and I know we are on the path to continue growing. Next. So we're coming today to make our case for a 7-year renewal. As we review the guidelines, BCS meets every requirement for a 7-year renewal. Our target subgroups are showing growth and are outperforming Rockingham County Schools. Our grade level proficiency is outperforming Rockingham and Guilford County Schools. We have the necessary staff in place to ensure long-term success and the process in place to ensure continued growth. Lastly, I want to highlight the great relationship we have with our board and the support and synergy that exists between management and governance. I'd like to invite our board chair, Megan Chairman, to come share her final thoughts.
Hi, good afternoon. I know Mr. Morris has presented a lot of information. I hope that that really paints a picture of our progress. I just want to emphasize our commitment as a board and the faith that we have in our administrative team to continue the growth of our school. Over the last few years, we've worked very hard to clarify our role as a board. Ensuring that we provide the necessary support, but also ensuring that we provide the necessary space for our team to do their work. When Mr. Morris first joined us, we began conversations about the direction we wanted Bethany to take. And in doing so, together we created a strategic plan and clearly defined our mission, one that we could all get behind. The mission of Bethany Community School is to be the premier school of choice where academic rigor and character excellence are standards to cultivate college-ready learners and strengthen community. And our students are already seeing success. Is there another? Yep. There we go. Every single senior in our senior class this year has applied to a 4-year school. That slide is old and will be outdated again next week. But as of this morning, they have accumulated over $6.1 million in scholarships and aid. As Mr. Morris has shared with our BCS family, this may not be a path for everyone, but at Bethany, we feel that every student should know what their options are and that it is a very attainable option. In addition to that, every student in grades 6 through 12 is preparing a career development plan. We feel that this is essential to keep our students focused and to make their education at Bethany relevant to their future. A clear purpose and focused efforts. We could just scoot up a little bit. There we go. Well, okay. Clear purpose and focused efforts have helped us make our mission come alive. We've talked throughout this process about what it means to be Bethany. And we encourage our students, be bold, be curious, be innovative, be compassionate, be involved, be Bethany. And honestly, there's not a corner of our campus that you can't feel it and that you can't see our mission. We're confident that we're preparing our students to be productive, responsible citizens ready to take on future challenges. Again, as a board, we are fully committed to seeing Bethany continue to grow and to provide the needed support. And we are 100% behind our administration team, and we're confident that we're moving in the right direction. We certainly hope that you can see the passion and focus and efforts of our team, and agree that we're on the right track by approving our 7-year charter renewal. Thank y'all for allowing us to present to you today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from board members or comments?
I have a comment. This is a prime example of, here's a school that's a C school and 4.2% higher in comparison to LEA, and they're pigeonholed for a 3 or a 5, Jenna, a 3. I think we, as in some of the other schools that have come before us, we need to take our flexibility to adjust that. I can't see a school like this or some of the other ones we've seen being held to a 3. Good job, Jeff. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Machado. I think, again, we do have flexibility when it comes time to vote. If we want to take into other factors in terms of the renewal term. I don't want to be the wah guy, right? But you actually don't meet every one of the 7-year criteria. Your statement said you did. That's actually not actually accurate, but that's I understand your point, which is you met all the other ones. Yeah. Any other comments? All right, well, hearing none, thank you. And thank you for bringing looks like a large contingent with you as well. It shows commitment to the school and to this process. So thank you. Thanks, Bruce. All right, next up are some new school applications. And with that, we're going to shift from renewals to potential new schools. And Ms. Rackley will have you start us off.
Good afternoon. We have 4 standard timeline applications to hear from this month. So we got 2 today and then 2 on tomorrow. Our first applicant, if we can just go jump to slide 8, I think. But our first applicant is Warren Yes, and you did hear from Warren Yes in our 2023 cycle, and they are back. They have made revisions to their application and are prepared to discuss that today. The mission statement for Warren Yes is to create a child-focused, place-based learning environment that motivates students to be purposeful, creative, ethical, and compassionate leaders while building a healthy future for themselves, their community, and the planet. In year 1, Warren Yes anticipates serving grades K-6 with 204 students. At capacity, they will be a fully K-12 school, serving 504 students in Warren County. They do anticipate participating in the National School Lunch Program, and if eligible, they will also then participate in the CEP. They have revised their transportation plan, and they do plan to purchase 2 used buses in year 1. They will utilize a weighted lottery, and our director, Ms. Vaquero, has previously visited the prospective site, which is a former high school in North Carolina. And they did use application assistance provided by Goodall Consulting. The primary point of contact during this process has been Ms. Danny Lou Hunley. We also, the board chair is Ms. Carla Norwood, and so we'll call them up shortly to make their 10-minute opening statement. If you can go to the next slide, please. And so then we have just the map here and their demographic projections relative to the county. Their budget was
based upon solely pulling from students in Warren County, but you do see the neighboring counties there, their subgrouping and educationally disadvantaged projections relative to the state. There is currently one charter school in Warren County, and I believe there's 6 traditional LEAs. LEA schools in Warren County. Today, because this is their first round interview, they do have an hour allotted. Again, they'll make that 10-minute opening statement, and then you all will have a 25-minute discussion followed by the applicant's closing statement, and then your formal vote. And so the 3 votes that are possible today, because this is a first round, would be to approve it, to hold it over for a second interview, or to deny the application. And then just a reminder that there is an appellate right that boards have now, so they have 10 business days to make any type of appeal to the state board. But at this time, I do want to call up the board of Warren Yes. Again, we have our board chair. I believe there's 9-member board. I believe 8 members are here today. And so we want to allow them 10 minutes to make their opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, y'all might remember that we were here last year. We are proud to be back on behalf of Warren Young Explorer School, or Warren Yes. I'm Dr. Carla Norwood, and I serve as board chair. I'm a native of Warren County. I've successfully redeveloped 2 commercial properties in Warren County and demonstrated lifelong commitment to rural quality of life. I'm also the co-founder of Working Landscapes, which is a community organization that I have grown from an idea in 2010 to a staff of 28 with a $2.6 million budget and programs that reach statewide. I am proud to be here with my fellow board members who will each introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is LaTanya Hall. I am an entrepreneur of several businesses, including a nonprofit.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Cooper. I'm a native and current resident of Warren County. I currently serve as the Warren Yes Treasurer. I'm an owner and mental health counselor at Connecting Communities and Counseling Agency in Warrenton. And I have experience in school counseling, and I currently have my commercial driver's license, and I have experience as a school bus driver.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Jenny Rogan. I am our board secretary. I bring expertise in rural community development to the board, as well as 10 years of experience in environmental education and community engagement. I also attended a Paideia school in my K through 12 education, so I'm really excited about bringing that type of education to my now home community.
Good afternoon. I'm Danny Lou Hundley. I was a pre-K through 13 educator in Warren County Schools. I started out as a teacher in Warren County Schools, mentor, observer, evaluator, assistant principal, and principal. I was assigned to Mary Boyd Elementary School as well as Warren County Middle School. Both were on the low performing list, and we were able to pull the schools from that status to a status that we were very, very proud of. I was then assigned to the team to work on Warren Early College High School's grant application, which was funded, and I served as the founding principal at Warren Early College. The reason I'm on this board is because I truly believe in Warren County School students, and I love curriculum instruction. And thank you so much for having us today.
Hi, I'm Erin Riggin. I'm a parent, a special and elementary educator, former Warren County Schools Teacher of the Year, and I'm committed to bringing a child-centered and loving learning environment to our kids in Warren County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Damara Russell. I am born and bred from Warren County, North Carolina. Family medicine physician who opened a family medicine practice in Warrenton, North Carolina by the name of Hope Regional Medical Clinic. HOPE is an acronym that stands for Health, Occupations, Partnerships, and Education. And I'm excited about this aligning with our vision for public charter school in Warren County. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Caroline Hundley. I'm a business owner, and I have over a decade of experience in farm to school and farm to preschool. I bring to this board significant expertise in connecting schools and students of all ages to local food and in integrating garden-based nutrition education into classroom curriculum. Our last board member, Steve Pelfrey, wanted to be here, but was not able to get released from administrative hearings next door. Steve is an attorney who has spent nearly half of his 30-year career with the North Carolina Department of Revenue. Over the years, he has also served in leadership roles for several local entities, both public and private, and those have included budgeting and financial monitoring for organizations of all sizes. Steve is a strong new addition to our board since last year. He brings finance, law, and additional business knowledge. The Warren Yes Board formed nearly 2 years ago to create a new educational path for students in Warren County. Our board had the privilege of speaking to you last year, and we received excellent feedback that we truly took to heart. We look forward to sharing with you specifically how we have addressed the concerns raised last year. We are proud to call Warren County home. It is a beautiful rural community where multi-generational families enjoy a high quality of life. At the same time, our county has significant challenges. Warren is a Tier 1 economically disadvantaged county with among the lowest average wages in North Carolina. A significant challenge for both potential employers and families who would like to call Warren County home is that the local schools have struggled to meet students' basic educational needs. 5 out of Warren County's 6 public schools have consistently been on the state's annual list of low-performing schools. Consequently, many families have left the district. Currently, nearly 40% of all school-aged children in Warren County are either homeschooled or travel outside of the county every day to receive their education. Based on our research, we know that more than 800 Warren County students currently attend a school outside of the district. We, the Board of Warren Yes, are diverse local leaders who know firsthand that families from all races and incomes seek different options for their children. We are committed to creating a homegrown option that serves our diverse community exceptionally well. The instructional approach for Warren Yes will integrate the Paideia method, a new part of our vision since last year. Paideia helps students develop critical thinking skills from an early age through the use of discussions in addition to didactic teaching and learning. Our goal is to achieve the highest level of Paideia accreditation as a Paideia school for creative thinking. There are 4 goals central to our vision for Warren Yes. The first is that students will have the opportunity to immerse themselves in the diverse culture of Warren County and the experience that it offers. We aim for every student to see themselves as a part of the community and envision a future for themselves within it. We refer to this goal as place-based learning. Our second goal is that students will have the opportunity to benefit from the rich farm heritage of the county through outdoor and agricultural learning opportunities. Although agriculture has always been one of the largest segments of Warren County's economy, there are no longer any agricultural course offerings in local public schools. Our third goal is to provide opportunities for creative expression and exploration through art, music, performance, and vocational skills. We see experiential learning as a powerful way to engage students who may not be best engaged through traditional classroom instruction. Lastly, we seek to address and improve each student's health and wellness in a holistic way. This goal is important in our community, which is consistently ranked in the bottom 10% of North Carolina counties for population health. We will accomplish this by fostering social and emotional well-being in the classroom, providing opportunities for physical activity, and serving healthy meals. Together, we consider these 4 goals: place-based learning, outdoor and agricultural education, creative expression, and holistic health and wellness to be the pillars of our educational philosophy. Combined with the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, these 4 pillars will establish a rigorous and relevant educational environment. At this point, I would like to address the concerns raised by your board during our last interview. One concern was our accelerated application in 2023. This year, we have chosen to pursue a regular rather than accelerated schedule. This gives us more time to carefully plan, continue to build community support, and to lay the groundwork for long-term success of our school. A second concern last year was our projected budget, which was built on a starting student enrollment of 104 students. Such a tight budget left little margin for adjustment. This year, we have a projected opening enrollment of 204 students, nearly twice as many. We have also added grades 9 through 12 to our plan with the expectation that we will ultimately enroll roughly 500 students. The facility was another area of concern in 2023. Applying now for a regular versus accelerated opening reduces pressure regarding our facility choice. We have maintained a good working relationship with the owner of our first choice facility, the former Norlina High School building. Well built in 1917, this building served as a school through 2017 and continues to be used for adult education today. We have confirmed that it has an educational certificate of occupancy from the county fire marshal. It offers a fantastic 8-acre campus complete with a ball field, gym, and a full cafeteria. We and the owner understand that our charter approval will be the first step toward acquisition of the building. 2 experienced school contractors and developers have evaluated this building. Is there time up?
It is, but I'll give you one more minute.
Okay, I have 2 paragraphs. 2 experienced school contractors and developers have evaluated this building and other available locations in the community on a preliminary basis and feel it is a very viable option. We have also identified several other potential locations should our first choice location not be available. In addition to working diligently to address the concerns above, we have used the last year to enhance our capacity to successfully lead Warren Yes. We have received our 501c3 certification, our board has met regularly, and we've established working committees. We have spent time learning from other schools, including visits to 9, 4 of which are Paideia schools. And in addition to maintaining our relationship with our mentor school, Central Park School for Children, we have developed relationships with Maureen Joy Charter School, also in Durham, which renovated a historic building for use, and Central Carolina Charter. We have also been out in our community talking to families and to understand what they need and what they want for their children. Based on the overwhelmingly positive response we've received, we are more than confident that we will attract the number of students and families necessary to make our school a success. We have gauged interest in Warren Yes by giving public presentations, participating in local events, and establishing a website and social media presence. Within 1 week of launching our school's website and Facebook page, we had 300 followers and 150 family interest survey responses. We have now grown to 590 Facebook followers, 200 email subscribers, and 220 family interest surveys are completed. These preliminary survey results represent 254 children that are appropriate ages for Warren Yes's projected opening in 2026 with grades K-6. 90% of survey respondents indicated they were either interested or highly interested in attending Warren Yes. While we are pleased with these numbers, we know this is just the beginning, and once approved, we will far exceed our enrollment projections. We are grateful to have the opportunity to come speak with you again, share what we've learned, and answer any questions you may have. We are excited. We are 100% committed to bringing Warren Yes to fruition. We ask today for your approval to move forward with opening our school in 2026. We will not let you down. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction and thank you for being here today. This is our time to ask the applicant questions that we may have based upon our review. And so I'll open the floor up to any, well, actually, let's just do it this way. We're going to talk a little bit amongst ourselves here, just to throw out some questions. You might want to take notes and then we'll come back and ask.
Perfect.
So,
thank you.
What are some of the questions that are on your mind?
What would be that second choice? Using myself.
Okay, so we have a recusal from Mr. Sanchez.
And I want to know what their second choice of schools would be.
If this facility doesn't work out.
Right, if that one doesn't work, the high school.
Okay.
This might not be a question for them, but I think I must just be reading it wrong. The approximate per pupil funding for state funds, is this because they're a low wealth county? They get, yeah.
Yeah, a couple questions I have, and some of them were actually were addressed in the introduction, so I thank them for that. It's just some of the changes that they've made since last year. I know there were concerns about the economic impact this school could have if it was just a K-8 school. Some concerns about the budget. I still do have some budget questions that I'd like to dive into, just the overall addressing some things that caught my eye there, particularly around professional development for staffing. I know that's something I raised the last time they were before us. But we can get into that here shortly. Other questions that folks have?
I have a few. I'd like to know how many board members actually live in Warren County. I think the population in this area is declining. Do they feel that the population will support this charter school? And the facility, I assume, is not owned by the LAA, owned by a private. It is not, okay. And I'm very concerned about small class size. That sounds great when you're trying to sell it to families, but it's not that great when you're trying to balance a budget. So I'd like to address that a little bit.
For me, I think I would like to understand a little bit more about the percentage of students that would make up district schools. It's from about 29% to 37%, which is a large percentage of the schools in the district. You know, a few things on the budget, but nothing horribly consequential. The number of EC teachers is low. Your estimate for insurance is low. Furniture and fixtures is low, but not, to turn it upside down probably.
Other questions or comment? We want to start with those, or?
Also, if you would just add, I'd like to find out from Dr. Norwood if Working Landscapes would be providing any services to the school, either for fee-based services or otherwise.
Okay, let's start with those. You come back on up, or anyone who wants to. Let's start with one that should be pretty low hanging fruit. Of all of your board members, how many of your board live in Warren versus other parts of North Carolina?
Hi, everyone. I can answer that question. So of the 9 of us, 7 of us live in Warren County. I technically live in Vance County, which is about 2 minutes away from Warren County, and I live and work there. All of us have some connection to Warren County. Obviously, the vast majority of us live there. Many of our board members, about half, are from there as well. So we are a deeply kind of community rooted board that has a lot of lived experience in the county.
Okay. And then just working backwards, Working Landscapes, will they be providing services to the school? And if so, is that paid or gratis, or what's that relationship?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I work for an organization called Working Landscapes. Jenny does as well. We're a rural community development organization who exists to support entities such as Warren Yes. We currently offer some meal production for senior centers in our area. And so if Warren Yes ends up in a school that does not have a cafeteria and is looking for meal service, that is something that we could potentially bid on. We would follow our conflict of interest policy in that we do not have any solid plans for Working Landscapes to provide any services for Warren Yes. We're just another community organization that has some capacity and looking to support quality of life.
Thank you for that.
Could we clarify, you are the founder, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
In the last time you were before us, there were a lot of questions about facility concern of its age specifically. You've addressed some of those in your opening statements. Do you have anything you want to add more than you said? You confirmed that you can get the certificate of occupancy. It's all of that. And then also, if this current facility were not to work out, what would the backup plan be?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the facility has gotten 1 year older, as all of us have, but it continues to be our first choice facility in a very strong way. It's a beautiful old school. It's got good bones. We have had 2 contractors come and take a look through it. And it's actually composed of a set of buildings, the most recent of which was built in 1971. We have been in continued communications with the owner of the property we know that he is interested in selling or leasing the property to us, and so it would be mutually beneficial. This would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. He has had the property on the market for more than a couple of years, and it is still available. In terms of other options, we have toured pretty much every available space that would fit our school in the first couple of years in Warren County. It's a limited number, usually disused commercial sites such as warehouses or old commercial and industrial facilities. Beam Construction has gone on a couple of those visits with us, and that, you know, for an adequate price, those could be upfit to suit our needs as a school, especially in year 1 or 2. A second option outside of things that are currently vacant is there is a property that one of our board members has had a preliminary conversation with the people who are currently occupying it. They may not be occupying it by 2025 or 2026, but that we don't know that for sure yet, but that would be an option. And then Warren County is a very rural community. There's lots of open space. I think our last option would be modular units. Do you want to speak about that?
No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, a lot of our board members are landowners, so finding a space for modular units would not be difficult at all.
And we have been in touch with some modular facility companies and gotten some preliminary pricing from them.
The only other thing I would add is that Steve Hubert came and looked at the Norlina school on a preliminary basis, and then Beam looked at the other locations with us, like kind of toured different facilities, and you know, just based on our preliminary looking around, Beam's favorite spot was also Norlina school. So
Thank you for that. I do want to dive into the budget here a little bit, but before that, just I guess like curriculum question. You talk about having a school where students really have access to learning about agriculture and careers in agriculture, because that's sort of the area that you live in, which I think my background, that's awesome. Love it. But have you had conversations with agricultural based businesses or in the community where this really could become a school to jobs pipeline in the agricultural industry? Because it's great to have those kind of exposure and the students learning about those careers, but are they actually available?
I'll turn it over to my colleagues in a moment, but I'll say Working Landscapes, the nonprofit that I founded and runs a food hub, which is an organization that purchases food from a wide variety of local farmers. We have a vegetable processing facility that manufactures. We make vegetables smaller so that they're easier to use in school cafeterias. That requires a lot of food safety, logistics, training, distribution, and things like that. And we actually have started this year an internship program that's working with 7 high school students in the county to train them in food systems and sustainable agriculture. But
I was just going to add, myself with other board members are also, we have family farms in the area, and we've spoken to the president of our local farm bureau, and he's agreed to partner with us and help with any ag in the classroom initiatives we are going to start.
perfect.
Yes, they mentioned modulars. If they were to buy land, why would you have modulars when you can build?
Well, I think the idea is that at the beginning, it's very hard to get favorable terms for financing, and it might be cheaper to start out with some used modular units. You know, I think things that might keep us from inhabiting the school in Norlina might include that the owner would just like to do something else different entirely, or, you know, it might be that it you know, just would take a somewhat longer process to get started on. And so I think that we would hope to be within a town or downtown area eventually. And so starting out with modular units somewhere else and then moving within a walkable distance of a town would be, you know, something that I think we would value.
So in the budget, just some questions and observations, and maybe we can go back to Mr. Machado's question as well. But and I guess I want to preface my questions or comments with, I tend to agree with Mr. Godby. I mean, I think there's some things here that catch my eye, but aren't necessarily like, you know, things I think you would learn during the RTO process or after you open your doors that, wow, we really didn't think about that or this, but a couple of things that caught my eye. So I'll give you credit. You went back and did your homework. You have dollars in the budget this time for professional development, but it's still pretty woefully inadequate. I mean, that's at 14 teachers at $3,500. That's $250 per teacher for professional development. I think you might want to reconsider that.
There's actually funding in some of the other lines for curriculum development and working with Paideia, with the Paideia Institute, for example. And what's the place in Teton School?
So there's also the Teton Science School. So a few in some of the budget lines, and this was just, you know, a challenge with creating the budget is we actually built professional development into some of the other budget lines, but because of the format of the budget, some of then like this kind of straight professional development gets kind of muddled. So a lot of our Paideia curriculum professional development is actually in our kind of curriculum supplies line, as opposed to like this, just the professional development line.
Those fall down under instructional contracts in the budget.
Yes, yes.
Okay. The other thing that kind of caught my eye was just a clarification. You have, as one of the administrative and support personnel, you have a counselor and nurse at one position. And so my first question is, why is that a 3/4 time position? Why not just make that a full position in year one? But then in subsequent years, I'm not clear. Are you saying like in year two, you do have it as a full-time position? Year three, it's 2 people. Is that? Talk to me about the counselor nurse position.
Right. So that's a total FTE. We actually imagine that being 2 different people who would be available and probably spend some time there a week and be available as needed.
I would just, again, not cutting you off at the knees from the get-go, but I think you'd really want to reconsider not having a full-time dedicated counselor from day one. All of us that run schools, I think, can attest to that.
Thank you. Yes.
Dave, you had a question about the small class sizes and
16, I think it was in kindergarten, at 20 the other grades. Like,
it's actually.
I guess you vetted that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the correct. So it's 16.
No, it's 18.
Oh, yeah, it's 18 in kindergarten and first grade, through actually 3rd grade, and then it goes up to 20 kids a class.
Sorry, I just can't see small things.
I can anticipate you come back for an amendment to get that changed in a couple of years, but you know, I didn't ask earlier, but your transportation plan, that is a pretty rural county. You feel like 2 buses. I'm sure you're going to do cluster stops. That is, you know, what is that, 100 kids? Is that enough?
Hold on. Can I see those numbers? I can answer.
So yeah, we are planning to do cluster stops, and we built our transportation budget around estimating, you know, taking actual real locations around the county, and also estimating the number of students. And I think part of those estimates were also built around kind of other schools and seeing how many other schools, you know, how many children at other schools in the area actually have children who ride the bus versus who get to school in other ways.
Right, so that we are estimating 1 bus that runs 2 routes and 1 bus that runs 1 route. One bus goes one direction in the county, and then another one goes 2 different shorter directions to make stops. And so we're estimating basically 6 miles per gallon, which hopefully is a little bit low, and you know, about 22,000 total miles a year driving.
And how old are these buses?
We don't own them yet, but they'll probably get a little older too. We have been advised that we can get quality used buses from.
How old?
How old? I don't know, ma'am.
Used buses.
Yeah.
I wanted to commend you on your Facebook presence. I took a look at that, and your board is everywhere and taking pictures of everywhere y'all go. That's I'm sure has generated a lot of views for you. So great job there. Have you chosen or decided on a leader as far as executive director? I know you mentioned both executive director and a principal in your application.
We have not.
Have not.
I forget what I was gonna ask. It was a good question too, yeah. No. Oh, I know what, back to transportation. You know, you built the budget around with the assumption that all students in one LEA, but do you intend to enroll students from some of the neighboring LEAs as well? Is that
I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that part of your marketing reach that you're going after as well, or?
I mean, I think that obviously through social media, we're reaching people outside of the borders of Warren County. We haven't done any specific marketing outside of Warren County yet.
Yeah, not necessarily. Almost all of our interest surveys so far have been from families that reside in Warren County. We have had interest from some of our neighboring counties such as Franklin and Vance, but there's also more charter school options in those two places. But we don't intend to limit our enrollment to just students that reside in Warren County. But ideally, we would like to kind of prioritize Warren County students when possible.
What is the other charter school that's in Warren County?
It's the Hollowa Saponi School. So it's a school for the state recognized tribe. And its enrollment, I believe, is almost entirely students in the Hollowa Saponi Nation.
I think you stated there's 800 students that leave Warren County to go to school somewhere else. What's your plan or idea to capture those kids to stay in Warren County?
I think a lot of them don't like that they have to drive 40, 50 minutes one way. And so I think just the idea of a school that's 5, 10, 15 minutes from their house is going to capture, honestly, a lot of them. I think also our educational approach is really quite different than every other school that's in our region. The schools that are in Henderson are a lot more kind of college preparatory focused. And while that's a great model, we're just offering something different that I think some families may want more, but that's not an option that they have available to them right now. So yeah, we're imagining, and we've spoken with both families that currently are in Warren County schools and families that are homeschooling or going to charter schools that say that they would, want to come and switch schools.
I actually studied 26 different areas that those 800 students were coming from. So I divulged that I got that information. And we have a lot of homeschool students participating in homeschools in Warren County who've reached out and want another option, but don't either want to drive that far or want something that from people that they know in town or in the county. I'm not sure that a lot of parents that are happy with the education their children are receiving will come rushing back. I'm not convinced that will happen. I think we'll get a little bit from everyone. We have students who are going to Virginia. We have students who are going to other public schools and that are adjacent with Warren County. There are 26 different options that students are choosing outside of Warren County that I could locate. So we just don't, I think we'll get a little smattering here and there and don't even question that we'll be able to meet our 204. I know you say 75%, but from the input that I've gotten, I feel sure that we'll get the 204. A lot of the students that I had in school taught or was their principal, I see them all the time and they say, when's school opening? And they're really excited about that. The other thing, after studying some of the class sizes, you asked the class size question. I saw a school the other day had the average was 9 to 10 children in each class, and then another one that was 14 or 15. And ours, we looked at the ADM and the allotment in order to come up with those numbers. And that's how we set our budget and our class sizes. Thank you.
We have about 5 more minutes if we want from our board for questions.
Yeah, a comment was made earlier about the fact that the population has been declining in the county. Obviously, you have a lot of students who have opted out of the public school system there for whatever reason. But the declining population could be a problem. You're probably aware of that. I'm not giving you information you don't have. But let me ask this as well. Are there any private schools in Warren County?
So there's one in Littleton, which borders Warren and Halifax County. It's technically in Halifax County, but, and then there's a Christian school,
Quite
yes.
small now. It used to be much larger, but it's down to about 20 students, K-12.
Okay. And
Yeah.
the reason I ask, and this may not prove to be consequential, but you probably are aware that the Opportunity Scholarship Program is going to give $7,000 to a lot of families who could go to a private school. So that hasn't been competition probably in many cases because people don't have $7,000, but now they will. Have you given any thought to that in terms of the impact that that might have on you?
Well, again, most of the options that are private schools that people can pay for are quite far away. They're not that close to our central towns. And so the travel time is a consideration. And so I think that that may have some effect, but I don't think it's going to fundamentally affect the how people perceive the value of what we are offering, because I think people really want what we're offering. We've heard that over and over. And I would add also that I think one of the reasons that population in Warren County is declining is that people are very unhappy with the education that's available in the local community. And I know a lot of people who have young children or, get to the age where their kids go to school, move, or they don't come here at all. And it's a problem with recruiting business and industry. We know that we work quite closely with the economic development team in the county, and it's a challenge all around. And we're just trying to provide, what we think is a very much needed service in a way that actually connects to a diverse group of folks in our community.
I think also just to add on that, there are so many wonderful things about Warren County, and that's why so many of us call it home here on the board. It's this beautiful rural county that's also an hour from Raleigh and Durham. So, with the changing, remote work, all of these things, I think it's a place that if it had a really great school like Warren, yes, would be an incredibly attractive place for young families to move, and for that population to maybe stop declining and actually begin increasing too.
When I see our students and our parents, what they say to me is, are we going to have to go to lottery? What if I apply and my child doesn't get in? I have heard so little about the opportunity grant, even with parents who are utilizing that. It may make an impact. I wouldn't have thought that we would be in this situation 20 years ago. You never know. You don't have a crystal ball. But we have had staff reaching out to us. You asked the question about a leader. We've had two excellent people reach out to us, but we have not made any commitment because we want to be able to select that person, because we want the most important job of a principal is selecting the right staff. And so we want to make sure that we pick people who will really be committed to our school and be creative and innovative. So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to give you at this time 10 minutes if you'd like for a closing statement.
Everybody, thanks for the opportunity to be here today to share our vision for Warren. Yes. I think we've covered most of the questions that you have. Obviously, there's uncertainty in embarking on a process like this. We feel like we've, worked quite hard to address the questions that you had last time and to build community support, and are ready to take those next steps going forward. Facility is always a challenge. We believe we've identified a beautiful facility that will be really meaningful to people to see brought back to life. In terms of student commitments and families, we know that we're offering an alternative and an option that's really needed. And really, it's just hard to explain sometimes sitting in a room like this, the degree of need and sort of concern that people have about their kids' futures. And we feel like we can work together and provide some new answers for that. We're committed to having transparent, accurate, and accountable financial management and making sure that we're growing responsibly. We've signed a contract with Goodall Consulting to handle Link and to manage Infinite Campus for us, should we be approved. Bringing on established expertise in these areas will help ensure high-quality management and allow our staff focus on teaching students and building the culture of our school. I'm really proud of the work that our board has done, and honored to be part of such a distinguished group of homegrown leaders. We have the commitment and expertise to make Warren Yes a success. Our board has deep experience in education and school administration. One of us has been a principal and helped start Warren Early College High School, the most successful school in our community. One of us was honored as Teacher of the Year. Others of us have started and built vibrant local businesses and nonprofits, written successful grants, led strong partnerships, developed effective community engagement strategies, and supported the emotional and social and physical well-being of countless school-aged children in a variety of roles. We are tangibly invested in Warren County through a tremendous variety of activities that take time, that take love, that take energy, and we show up and we do it on a daily basis. It is this depth of perspective, commitment, and love for our community that calls us to advance a bold vision for what education can be in our community.
We, as a Warren Yes Board, are committed to the vision of our school, but also to our community's children. We've taken your suggestions, thoughts, and responses to heart and spent the last year delving deeply into our application, studying strong teaching and learning, research-based models and practices, visiting and contacting numerous charter schools, gauging the strong community interest and commitment to the school, and developing our plan for our proposed school site. It is with excitement and passion that we complete this interview process. We know there's much work and planning ahead before Warren Young Explorers open its doors to its students. We're up to the challenge and ready to begin bringing this vision to life. It is with honor that we're here today and look forward to working with you to bring an effective and innovative charter school to Warren County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, board members, this is our time to deliberate amongst ourselves, maybe get clarifying questions, and we have 10 minutes.
I'll be glad to start. This was a good application. It was very thorough. I understood the 4 pillars and the pedagogy. They have a mentor school and they've been doing their homework. It's very organic. It was well defined. I thought the budget was thorough and appropriate. The funding, there are things that each of us would probably do differently in any application or budget, but I didn't see red flags or any alarm. And I appreciate their presentation today. I think that I wonder how they are 7 out of 100 counties in diversity. I saw that in the application, like number 7 of 100 counties in diversity. So that's an interesting statistic for them. But they came back a second year having developed their plan, and I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would concur. I think that, looking at the notes from last year and the minutes from last year, I think this is a perfect example of a board that listened and went back and honed the practice and learned and came back with a very strong application. And really, at my core, I think this is why charter schools started, right? This is a group of folks in a community where public education is not great, to say the least, and they have the expertise and the passion to do something about it.
And I also agree. I enjoyed reading the application, and I felt like I was a student while doing so. And they mentioned the Imaginatorium room, I believe. I would love to see what that looks like, but I definitely will be in favor. Excuse me.
I think it's an interesting concept. Please invite me out. I want to see it when it happens. I want to see how this actually works, because as I was reading, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and you were very detailed and very on point with what you described. So I'm excited to see that come to fruition. Thank you for taking, like what Todd said, for taking our comments and addressing them bit by bit by bit. That was amazing, and we know that you were taking attention to the very details. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I just echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I think this is a strong application. I thought you had a strong application last time as well, but I think as we talked about, you just needed that. The acceleration was not the path to go. And so I appreciate you listening to us and not coming back with, okay, let's do accelerated again. You're taking the time. You still got some, you still got some facility issues to, or challenges ahead of you. You know, no doubt, I think you'll figure those things out. But I agree. I think this is, this is an example of why charter schools should exist, for parents to have those choices.
Yeah, I just, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a strong application. I do have some concerns that, and this is just a rural county issue. I have some concerns about whether or not there's a sufficient density of families that are going to be available to fill your school. That's going to be a challenge, I suspect, although you may feel like, you know, and you do, you know, the area, and I don't. So you may have good reason to believe that isn't going to be a challenge. One thing I would say, there's research out there that shows that areas that have school choice, and there really aren't very many choices there right now, areas that have school choice do in fact attract families and retain families that otherwise might leave. I would say in that regard, to the extent you wish to be a magnet that brings people in, I would worry a little bit that your emphasis, and you know, maybe this has to be the emphasis in year one, but your emphasis in terms of marketing on we're about the farm area. That's great for the people who are there, attracting those people. It may not be an appealing pitch when you're wanting to represent the county. When you're talking to the economic development people, they may not be looking for people. They may want you to be broader than that. And so at some point, I'm not saying immediately, but at some point, success might require that you prove who you are to the locals, and then you broaden your appeal somewhat. That's all I have.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve Warren Young Explorer School
I'll second.
for a ready to open status. Seconded by Shelley. Any discussion?
I just want to comment that we didn't mention the composition of the board, but they've really put together a very diverse and strong board with various skill sets and strengths. And so they're to be commended for that.
And glad they do have a gentleman.
I still have concerns about the small class size, but I'm sure you'll adjust that as needed. And we need more high quality charter schools in rural areas. And I'm extremely impressed with the board and the fact that you are so committed to Warren County. If you guys didn't have that, if you guys weren't embedded in the community, I'd have even more concerns. But I think you guys have done a great job. You listened very well from the last interview, and I appreciate that. And look forward to seeing you guys open up.
Okay, we have a motion to approve to move into ready to open. It's been seconded. Ashley, want to do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Enthusiastically approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay, you were unanimously approved. Congratulations. So our office will be in touch with next steps and getting you, I believe in September. When do they start? In July? Is that when they'll enter?
They'll be hearing from me in February.
Okay, you'll be hearing from Natasha soon for ready to open for planning. Okay. Yay.
Congratulations.
Let's take a 10-minute break, actually 12 minutes. Let's reconvene at 2:15, and we have another applicant to review. Ms. Rackley.
All right. Thank you. So we have Virtual Horizons Charter School of North Carolina. This is our second statewide remote applicant that we've received this cycle. And they are proposing to open in the 26-27 school year under our standard timeline, opening with grades 4 through 8 with 350 students at full capacity in year 5, serving grades 4 through 12 with 900 students. As a statewide remote, they will not offer the food service or transportation, nor will there be a weighted lottery. They do plan to lease a small office space to accommodate their storage and record keeping needs. They are not a repeat applicant, nor is there a management organization affiliated with this application. The mission of Virtual Horizons is to unlock the potential of every student and create limitless possibilities for career and college through immersive virtual reality education. The main point of contact, and this is a 5-member board, the main point of contact has been Ms. Kim Tafiti. I'm going to call them up at this time. They do have 4 members here in person. There is Mr. Renee Daughtry is online to also represent the Virtual Horizons Board. And just a reminder, there's an hour allotted today. And so I do want to turn the floor open. We can move to the next slide really quickly. I believe we have just their enrollment demographics on that slide. But I will at this time allow Ms. Tafiti and the Virtual Horizons Board to come up and make their 10-minute introduction statement. Next.
Good morning. My name is Jason Gumphy, North Carolina resident over in Lincoln County, father of 10 children, and we've participated in charter schools and as well as district schools across the country, enjoying our time here, and I'm excited to be a part of this new board.
Good afternoon. I'm Connor O'Brien. I'm our board's treasurer. My background is in real estate and finance, and I am one of the members of our board not from Utah, or excuse me, not from North Carolina. I do live in Utah, but I've worked extensively in the state in the real estate industry, and I have North Carolina roots by marriage, as my wife is a Raleigh native and attended at UNC Chapel Hill.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis English. Over the last 7 years, I've had the privilege of bringing you dynamic charter school boards, and now I have the privilege of serving on one. So this is going to be a great opportunity. We've had an exciting time preparing, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm Kim Tafiti. I'm the chair of Virtual Horizons Charter School of North Carolina. I'm excited to be here today to talk about something that I'm really passionate about and the board members are passionate about. I also serve as the vice chair of the Virtual Horizons Charter School of Utah, which is a statewide virtual reality charter school that was approved in the state of Utah recently. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's different because we are proposing an online statewide school. And I thought I would just start with how did this all start and where did the idea come from? So if you want to rewind to COVID, a good colleague and friend of mine was involved in a charter school in Arizona. And in that charter school, as you know, like everybody else, they had to quarantine during the pandemic. And 120 of those students were Native Americans that had to go back to their reservation and quarantine. And Zoom was not working and traditional online methods were not working. So they decided to move to a virtual reality where students and teachers could come together synchronously and learn in a 3D interactive, fully immersive environment. And the results of that were great. They had, in fact, increased enrollment during that period. Students attended every day at a time when schools were not getting schools or kids online every day, when in fact, when they were losing enrollment. And we still have districts and schools where they haven't found all of their students after the pandemic. And for me, hearing this, my background is in educational technology. I have over 3 decades experience implementing educational technologies and curriculum in statewide implementations, counties, districts. For me to hear that they were able to reach that Native American population, which is the most difficult population, if you know, to reach, and they were able to crack that nut with virtual reality, I knew that we had something there. So fast forward, we decided to propose a statewide virtual reality charter school in Utah. And that was approved, and we are in our planning year, and we are actively enrolling for the 25-26 school year. We're very excited about that. We have great relationships here in North Carolina, and it made sense to do something here in North Carolina. North Carolina has a reputation of innovation, with Research Triangle Park being right next door, Epic Games, Cisco, and we know Apple is coming into the state as well. What's the beauty of the virtual reality device is that it allows our students in any nook and cranny of the state to be able to have access to the highest quality teachers and to the latest innovations that are there to help prepare them for what's coming. So let me give you a little bit of an idea about what a day in the life of the student would look like. They'll use the headset during the day to join their classes in the virtual realm. So instead of going into a brick and mortar classroom, they will go and put the headset on, and they will go into the classroom with their teacher and their classmates. But instead of a classroom that looks like a classroom with desks, it might be the setting for the novel that they're studying, such as the courtroom for To Kill a Mockingbird. Or if they're in a biology class, it might be that they're in the dissection lab and everybody has their own frog and they're going through their frog dissection. Or it may be that in history, they're entering the Liberty Hall and they're going to be working with the founders of the Declaration of Independence. And they can have a conversation with George Washington, or they can have a conversation with Einstein, or they can have a conversation with Lee Harper. It's limitless in terms of what students will be able to do inside of the VR headset, and teachers have at their discretion to take students wherever they want them to go. So if we're learning about hydroelectricity, we can take them into the Hoover Dam and they can see how a hydroelectric dam works and how it generates electricity. There are 3, I'll talk just briefly on the research because I want to give the board their time as well. But there recently in 2022, there was a meta-analysis of over 20 controlled studies on the effectiveness of virtual reality learning versus in-person versus computer-based versus semi-immersed. And what we're talking about here is fully immersed, where all of our senses are engaged, our sense of balance, our spatial awareness of where we are. And that in EEG studies shows that more areas of the brain are lit up. And that's why we're creating stronger connections into the learning. That's why recall's better, learning is faster. We're also engaging emotions. So you can imagine how you might feel if you are swimming right next to a great white shark, or you're actually able to walk around an elephant. You can imagine the emotions that might be engaged, or imagine the emotions if you're able to travel on the Amistad with the slaves. It's impactful. And that is why the learning is so much better inside of the VR. Now, in a brick and mortar school, you've reached those that can generally get there. So the reason why we're proposing a home-based is because we want every student and every family who wants something like this to have the opportunity to have it. So this is a home-based virtual reality school where they will be assigned a teacher. They will have a bell schedule, just like you normally would. When it's time to go to math, you go in, you have your interactive lesson for 20 to 30 minutes, and then you'll be using a learning management system such as Canvas to complete the assignments that you have. So I'm going to pause there. Hopefully that gives you a good introduction of what this is. I would like to give time to Board Member Connor to follow up with any remaining comments, and then we'll be available for your questions.
On the operation and financing part of this, we're really excited to partner with the state because without having the expense and the resources that are required to operate and maintain a brick and mortar school, we're able to devote and push those resources to the students and specifically to the teachers. We can reach students in all corners of the state. We're not bound by geography. So whether that's here in downtown Raleigh, out on the Atlantic coast, or in the farthest corner of the Appalachians, the technology has advanced to the point where we can reach quite literally anyone on the planet. In this case, anyone within in the state. And on the risk mitigation standpoint, we feel we can de-risk to the state by not having to worry about a bonded brick and mortar building or an expensive building. This is just this is in cyberspace, so there isn't that added expense where the state could be ultimately responsible for it. We have effectively put that off the table. And I think we forgot to let Renee introduce himself. So if Renee, if you can hear me, if you can if you can introduce yourself.
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Renee Daughtry. I'm a 30-year Cisco engineer. I've been very fortunate to be there 30 years on the latest and greatest technology. My technical expertise goes from Fortran and COBOL training to generative AI and prompt engineering. I also started an organization called Asymmetry. We've been here since 2009. We are a STEM workshop-oriented entity. I have been fortunate to work in Wake County and in Durham County, exposing our youth to all forms of STEM-related workshops and opportunity. And that's why I'm here. I've been doing this a long time. Very fortunate and blessed to be in the Wake County area and the Durham area, exposing our young brown and underserved children to technology so they can see a brown engineer doing what he does. So I'm very fortunate to be part of this board. I'm looking forward to it and bringing the expertise and my relationships to this school as well. Thank you.
Is that it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to ask questions and learn more. So with that, we have 25 minutes of our own discussion. Questions for this board? I'll start. Quite a few questions, actually. So we're going to just band out some questions amongst ourselves, then we'll come back to you. So you may want to just take mental notes or notes. I'm curious why grades 4 through 12, why not just do K-12? I'd like to learn more about how they do standardized assessment for students across the state and their capacity to do that. I'd like to learn more about their experience. Not in the technology. The technology is a tool. Their experience in running a school, because that's different. And so what's this board's experience in actually governing a school? Have questions about the curriculum, the teachers, who are they, where are they located at? What are the not offline, but what are the non-virtual Raleigh experiences that students will have? What is your reading and math curriculum? What is your diagnostic tools that you're using around that? And then I guess the last question I have is, why not use this technology in an existing school and do proof of concept? And maybe they've done that. Because again, is this about operating and running a school, or is it about the technology that a school would use? So those are some of the questions that are going through my mind. Other board members?
I have a couple questions as well. Have you decided on a learning platform? One place you mentioned Canvas, other place you said you weren't sure. And then just yes, on the curriculum, I'm gonna tag team, so I'll get those questions answered with your questions. You also noted that you're gonna have in-person training for students and family on to use the tech tools. I'd love to hear how you're gonna roll that out if this is reaching students across the state.
And I'd like to know more about how you will handle your interventions for those students who are not mastering skills and concepts. And have you located a spot for off-site or on-site testing?
Do you want the questions to continue? Okay. I'd like to know why North Carolina. A lot of great states, a lot of great choice programs around the country. And heretofore, up until this moment in time, there's only been a pilot program in Arizona, right? Was that the one that you were speaking about, Kim?
You want me to address that right now?
If you would, that pilot program?
Okay, so there was the pilot program in Arizona, but since then, as an offshoot of that, there is a statewide virtual reality school in Florida that's been operating for 4 years. It is not our school. We know them, we're affiliated with them.
Okay, I'm just referring to what this organization has
Yes.
managed, what this board has done.
Yes.
So there was just a small pilot in Arizona. So I guess we'll
Oh,
follow
thank
up with
you.
the group
Thank you.
questions.
Yes.
So my question with that would be, why not an extension of that pilot program? Why didn't that develop into an option there? I mean, that was obviously there were already roots there, something happening. I follow up with Bruce that Oasis XRE heretofore has only, from what I could discover, offered credit recovery, maybe some after-school options, but not managing a full school. So there's interest in who has experience in that and what would they bring. The application says every student will have an advisor, counselor. I'd like to know how that's accomplished. And it also says that there will be aids provided for the IEP students, both virtually and physically. So again, how will that be accomplished? I didn't see any large-scale studies demonstrating that with grade school students that this is shown to improve academic performance. I haven't seen or read anything in the application that was large scale, so I'd like to know if that exists. In fact, a lot of studies are with adults or with higher ed, such as the surgical, education, sports training, and those kinds of things. I'd like to know if Oasis XRE, what the connection would be and what the involvement would be if this school were to be approved. And there are not enough paraprofessionals according to the application. There'd be one in every classroom, and the budget does not fund that. So I'll stop with that.
And let's start with some of the experience with the board of governing a school. And before I go that, is there anyone on the board that has a financial relationship with Oasis XR3?
I do.
Can you disclose that?
Yes, I am a member in the Oasis XRE organization. As you can see in the application, we do not have, the board is going to have to make decisions about which providers will be offering the services and the education. I would have to recuse myself from anything that came up or step off the board in that scenario.
But your application is intricately intertwined with this technology, correct? Is that a fair statement?
And can you give me an idea or explain that a little bit, just so I answer it correctly?
Would this board, if approved, decide we don't want to use this technology any longer, we just want to use online curriculum from another provider?
Well, we are proposing a virtual reality charter school for the reasons that I stated in the beginning, the benefits of that kind of learning. I don't see the board choosing to do something different than that, but again, the board is going to be making the decisions. I don't know if I'm answering. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
There are other virtual reality school providers though, outside of Oasis.
There's virtual, yes, yes.
And so the board would need to go through the process of selecting the provider. And Oasis is one that would likely throw their hat in the ring, in which case she would need to either recuse or step off. But there are others that we're vetting and going through their system. And once we have a charter approved,
Yes, and
we'll go in more depth.
in the application, we do list Victory XR and Optima Domi as virtual reality curriculum providers as well.
Can I voice a concern and a question? You mentioned that there are studies that show that virtual reality improves upon outcomes versus other delivery methods. And I'll say, and I'm involved in developing education technology myself, not virtual reality stuff, but I'm not saying I'm suspicious of the research, but I'm not sure how far that kind of research can be extended, because my guess is that virtual reality gets used to teach things that virtual reality can do well. If it can't do it well, people don't use it for that. And so when you look at, is it better than the alternative? Well, yeah, it is, but that's why it's being used instead of the alternative. Here, I get the impression you're talking about using virtual reality for everything in the school, including some stuff that there's probably not any evidence has ever been really used for and does better. So I get concerned that something that is used as a tool and does well when applied to the right setting, when we take that next step and say, well, this tool has done well at teaching this and this, and therefore it can teach everything, and that's what we're going to use for everything. And then you'll see a situation where it turns out it doesn't do so well at teaching things it's never been used for before. Am I misunderstanding what your plan is with the virtual reality, or is this, it's a virtual reality school? Is that the only thing that the school's gonna be doing is virtual reality? Yeah, that's.
So, if between 20 to 30 minutes of each class will be spent in the virtual realm. After that, then the student will go back just as in the online schools, would be participating online. In those circumstances, well, we also recognize, of course, the importance of one-on-one or in-person meetings. And so touching on both the IEP concern, of course, we have in our budget to be able to provide that IEP service on a contract basis to the students. But also we'll be dividing up the state into regions based on location of students. That will facilitate both testing, which will be able to establish places to test, whether they be rented hotel ballrooms or testing centers, but also be able to organize meetups and interactions between teachers and other students based on those geographical lines. Our goal would be that a student would not need to drive more than 45 minutes to be able to make it to one of those type events. But those are things, of course, that we're considering it, or that we have in our plan. But we will need to go on further down the road, find out how many students and exactly where they're located to be able to establish those things, as well as the question on where is your home office going to be. And that'll be based more on who the executive director would be and where that person locates, and the mass of teachers.
So if they're not providing transportation, how would those kids get to the in-person training or classes?
Well, there's precedent with that, with the remote charter academies that have already been approved in the state and operating for many years in terms of those schools setting up testing centers where the parent transports the student there. That's not new.
So only the parents?
Well, could be.
Suppose they can't get,
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, but still.
Yeah, I mean, that I think yes, I
If
think
they're offering it,
my
then
question would be,
they
what
need
is,
transportation
what is your plan?
to
Not,
make sure they get.
Right, so it'll be custom to each of the needs, right? So there are various ways to be able to retrieve a child to participate in these activities if they don't have family members or trusted ones to be able to get them to that location. But it's just on the need by need basis. So
are you planning to market this statewide, or are you looking for a specific geographic area that you might kind of focus in on first?
I believe we are marketing statewide, just because of the interest in rural areas and the success that it can bring to those areas. So,
have any of the board members visited any of the schools, whether it's a school that's using this technology on its own or a truly virtual reality school? Have board members visited and seen this in action?
Yeah, so we have, and we have visited sites I thought you were asking if we visited North Carolina, and the answer is yes. But we have seen this working both inside of a school building where they're using this as part of their educational program, as well as completely virtual, where this is,
All of you have seen that?
I have.
I have as well. I'm also on the Virtual Horizons Charter School in Utah board, so I've seen this in that instance as well.
When did that school open up?
So we are in our pre-operational planning year right now, and so we're going to open up August of this or next year.
Gotcha. Is your reading English ELA math curriculum aligned with North Carolina standards? And talk to us a little bit about what the curriculum actually
Yes,
is.
so the curriculum that exists out there in virtual reality is all aligned into the standards. Of course, we would make sure that the units and lesson plans are aligning into North Carolina standards, high school graduation requirements, WIDA standards for our, multilingual learners, and whatever standard you might have here. So we're going to be aligned in there, but it does have the ability to cover all of the standards. And you did have a great question about the 4 through the 8. We decided to start there because of, it's a great place to start a charter school, and it's much easier to grow a charter school than it is to try to start out with a high school. High school, you have to offer more courses, and there's going to be more investment in teachers. So starting with 4 through 8 allows us to do something with intention, and grow that school as we get our sea legs under us, if you will.
So you're committed to the school having a virtual reality focus as far as the teaching and learning practices.
Yes.
But you're not necessarily committed to using that device that I see on the podium. Like, you haven't specifically chosen the technology or the virtual reality curriculum yet.
That's 2 parts. The answer is most likely we'll be using the MetaQuest headset. And the reason why is the affordability, and because there are all of the content providers in education, VR education, are on this platform, are on the Meta platform. So we want to be able to offer whatever curriculum resources available out there. Yes, there is the Apple Pro, but it's very expensive, and there's not a lot of applications on it right now. So the MetaQuest is the one that we would be on. And there is still an online component. So to the learning management system, it will most likely be Canvas, because in our Utah school, we're building our units in Canvas. And there will be a student information system, and there will be a portion of the day where they'll be doing assignments off of Canvas, whether it's reading or writing or worksheets for math practice, things like that. We also anticipate integrating online opportunities for students with culminating activities. So consider a drama class that's been working on a Shakespeare unit, where they're coming together and they're working on the play in virtual reality, but we culminate it with a performance. And that cluster of students in that region can come and watch that performance, and families can see that. Or they might be working on, growing a garden. And in one of the regions of the state, we may have a community garden where they're going and they're planting and they're growing, and they have to harvest, and that would be built into the unit. So I would say about 35 to 50% of the time, they're coming together with their teacher and their classmates in the virtual realm, but there is work that happens offline and online in Canvas and other places. And while I'm on it, I should just address the assessment, because that came up. So just like a brick and mortar school, we need to understand where our students are. We need to make sure that we are making those student gains. So there will be the regular benchmarking testing that you would see, leveling when kids come in to their grades. To do in-person testing, we would have the regional sites, they would travel there, and we would have the testing proctors and the testing assistants there that would assist with that. But we'll be looking at student data closely and making sure that kids are working at their challenge level in virtual reality. Another big advantage of virtual reality is that we're not held to the confines of a school. So if we need to create more groups for tier 2 or tier 3 instruction, we can do so. they can be with their assistants and with their specialists that are working with them for intervention. If we are working with students that are on IEP, they have the opportunity to have their assistants with them, their specialists with them in the virtual classroom. And where we need to provide in-person services, we would obviously arrange for that in person.
I saw in your application where you were going to provide the families or each student with the what's needed as far as laptop and headset and all those things. We talked a little bit about that, and then back to the I have to wrap my head around how you're going to do this in-person training. Are you going to do clusters, or what that's going to look like? Because that's going to be an integral part of if this is successful or not.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so the first part of that question, remind me the first part of that question, because my brain just went to the
doing the training.
Training.
And then using
the kit, the technology kit.
You're going to be given the technology to the students.
Yeah, so every student will receive their own headset plus a Chromebook, and if qualified and needed, they would get an internet connection. So that was the key in the Arizona pilot, being able to give them Starlink that could go onto the reservation. And then they had that internet connection. And we may have areas like that in North Carolina where they're going to need that, so they can get that. And every student will have this. It's free. It's part of enrolling in the school. Of course, it's included in that. And then just as we would do the testing regionally, we will do the rollout of the technology and the training with the parents in the same way. We will go to them in those regional areas. I can see us having 8 to 11 different regions across the state, depending on where students are. And they would receive extensive training on this so that when they go home, they feel comfortable and they're able to use it. Not only that, we have built into the budget technical support, just like a help desk, so that before, during, and after school, there is full tech support on any technology that they might have to ensure that families get the support they need if they run into any trouble.
So a question I have, there's the hardware piece, which it's nice to be able to see it here. I get the impression from the comments you made earlier that the software, the virtual reality software, that is not something you're developing as a school. So you're going to buy that off the shelf from somebody. Okay. That would seem to me, that content would seem to me to be the heart of your curriculum. Do you know who those vendors are right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the biggest two for it's eliminating higher education is talking about really 4 through 12, and there's a second piece that on the why we're starting at 4th grade. But the two big ones are Victory XR and Optima Domi. There are others out there. They just typically don't focus on elementary and middle and high school education. So those are your biggest two. So if I had to make a decision right now, I'd say, okay, we're probably going to buy it from one of them.
And how big are those biggest two?
They've very, very, very large. Victory's been around for, I believe, since 2014 or 15. They have several thousand different modules and different scenarios and 3D objects they've built for interaction with students within those modules. So they are more. That's who we ended up using, or their content is who we ended up using in Utah. That's just why I'm bringing them up. I'm familiar with them.
So when you said the module, so these modules have already been snapped together, and there's a full curriculum that exists for social studies in 5th grade right now with these folks.
So there's all the content is out there, and then we just have to customize it to the state and to the grade and the ability level.
So you have to put the modules together.
Yes, to comply with all the states. So state by state, and then class by class. But all the content and information is out there, and then we just curate it.
Why are you putting this together instead of the people who have all the experience? I mean, McGraw-Hill writes a textbook to meet California standards, and they don't necessarily give 1,000 pieces of paper and say, put the ones that ought to go in the textbook for your state, put them together. They figured that out already.
That is a really good question. They are the developers of the software, and I can get into the details of their tech and what they're doing, but they're the developers of the software, not necessarily the implementers. So they look to the school or another organization that can put it together according to state standards and according to the curricula for that school. And so our school will go through that process. We will look at what they have out there, and we will be putting the units of study together according to North Carolina. I will say that Optima Domi, they do have full year-long courses from 3rd grade to 12th grade. Those would still have to be aligned to North Carolina, and we would still have to make sure that it meets the vision and the standards for our school. So they do have the soup to nuts. That is available. So that is out there, but you still have to have curriculum specialists that understand North Carolina and understand North Carolina standards, make sure that we're coming in and we're adhering to that and we're putting it together in that way.
So who's doing that?
So the board
They
will
agree
make
with you.
those decisions. We have not made those decisions yet, because we want to give ourselves some freedom to, through a procurement process, look at what's out there. This industry is changing rapidly. So if you look at what was available in 2022 versus now, it's changing. The landscape is changing. So we want to have the flexibility as a board to look at the market and see what's out there and make the decision that's in the best interest of the school. And it's going to give us the best content. And we may pick several to come in and help us put that curriculum together, if that makes sense.
But we also have a curriculum coordinator
Correct.
that
Yes.
to help us through that process. The board isn't going to be doing that, but our curriculum coordinator. will be doing
And
that.
the idea is you would hire that person,
That's correct.
assuming you got approval from us, you would hire that person during the ready to open stage to.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
When you said we, you talking about school? Or you talking about who's we that will hire a curriculum person?
Perfect. So the board will hire the executive director and we'll work with the director to help hire their staff. So, right. So part of this, so whether it's curriculum coordinator or the teachers, all of those things.
Did I miss I'm sorry, Alex, did I miss your answer to Dr. Here's question about why North Carolina? I think she asked that earlier. I'd like to know that.
Well, I mean, she alluded to it earlier in terms of where we're going with our economic development efforts here in North Carolina. You know, when I served in the McCrory administration, we started North Carolina Development Partnership. The Economic Development Partnership was created because we were behind as it relates to recruiting companies and bringing them here to North Carolina. Our education system and economic development goes hand in hand. We all know that. Companies are asking for talent. There's a skills gap when it comes to technology and our kids. So that workforce has to be ready. And so when I saw this opportunity to be a part of this, I knew that it was time to jump on board. You know, we are moving in a new age. This is not anything new to young kids, right? We know about video games, the gaming industry, Epic Games. The industry is here. We have to be ready for it. So this is a foundational opportunity to come to North Carolina with the economic growth that we're experiencing right now. We want to make sure our kids can meet that as they grow into a program and a model like this at every socioeconomic background. So I hope that.
So follow up, in a follow-up, why wouldn't you give yourself time in Utah to function there, produce some data, and then come to another state?
Great question. I think I was asking the same question, right, when Kim reached out to me, you know, and we'll let her answer that. From my perspective, when you look at this innovation, when I thought about it, I said, you know what, it is a ground level opportunity. We're looking at 350 kids, right? So we're already looking at a type of a pilot with that perspective, right? So I said, okay, as long as we're not trying to be aggressive and have 1,000 kids, you know, right out the gate. I called Renee, who you see who he is from a a expert in this space, we got together and said that we can do this. The Utah question, I think, Kim, if you want to answer that.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, there is data out there in K6 on the use and the effectiveness of virtual reality. And so we feel like it works. And so why wait another year or two? Because you're really looking out to now 27, 28 before North Carolina has, a virtual reality model for their families. So the question is, or that's flatly the answer, we've seen it work and we didn't want to wait another year for this innovation to come into North Carolina.
I've got to step out, but I just want to say, I'm not going to support this application. My rationale there is just remaining consistent with the previous application. Also, virtual school bringing exciting new technology. This sounds really cool. And with the advent of remote charter schools or charter schools being able to run remote academies, I just think these groups should bring their product and their opportunity to an existing charter school and build it out of that, prove it in a pilot at that level, and then expand it. And if they want to come back and with all the data, sounds great. I gotta go.
Before you leave, Alex.
Yeah. That wasn't really a question.
No, but I'm just saying, we are not expecting, we're expecting a yes. But I think at this juncture, we already know that there is a chance that we may need to show you some proof of concept. So we're open to that, right? And so I've sat back there and heard you tell some other online schools that you need to do some type of pilot. Well, you know what? We're open to that. And so when we make a decision, you all make a decision today, just know that we're flexible and very open to a collaboration to show you that this works. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you so much. We're going to move into our deliberations. And we've got, I think 20.
Thank you.
25 minutes for that. 10 minutes. Sorry. Actually, time out. We actually are going to give you 10 minutes for a closing statement.
Oh, okay. Great.
So, I didn't really go back into my profession. I'm a general contractor by trade. I've traveled again. I've built schools for different builders in different parts of the country. A lot in Oklahoma, a lot of rural Illinois, Midwest, some here in the Carolinas. It's always been interesting to me, the educational opportunities based on income. And just as we were listening to the folks before us in Warren County, right? How can we get, I'm about the children. How can we get education to the children in the rural parts of the county or the state? How can we get education to those who have, through maybe choices of their own, been asked to leave the educational system? How can we get education to the children that have been falling behind because of the COVID? How can we get education in the hands of the families? I see this virtual academy as something that really would have helped my children who are still paying the price from what we've experienced through COVID. Whether it's graduates still trying to get into universities versus a third grader who should be a fourth grader and is still trying to explain how come he's so much older. And it's just for our family, this would have been a big help. This was an option. But also I'm concerned about the folks that are and this is a way to equal that playing field, to be able to provide this to others. And I appreciate your time and your questions.
So just want to bring back home the opportunity for us to collaborate. We know this is new. We know that you don't have an easy decision to make right now, but this is one that will be successful. Sky's the limit. That's why I wanted to be a part of this. As we mentioned earlier, the opportunity to reach different students from socioeconomic backgrounds all across our state will get a chance to get their hands on some technology that they may not ever receive with the situation they may be in at home. And so with me understanding North Carolina from Manio to Murphy, I get a chance to be a part of something that is great. We'll be on the cutting edge. You all will be on the cutting edge to say that we put something together that's never been done. So I'm excited about this. I'm looking forward to hearing what you all have to say in terms of next steps, because we're open. Sometimes, you know, I bring boards in front of you all, and a comeback again is always a good opportunity. Or go do this, get back to us. So looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So now we have our 10 minutes for deliberation.
One of the things I find most difficult about this is when we're talking about the other schools that come in, I think this is probably true for all of us. Yeah, I've actually been in a school before. And so I can kind of, there are things that are innovative, but I can kind of hang those innovations onto a framework that I already understand about how a school operates and how a classroom operates or how a course operates. Here, this is so very different. I've never had one of these headsets on, and I've never been an 8th grader learning math with one of these headsets on. So it's really, really hard for me to fathom how an 8th grader learns algebra with this technology. Now, I'm not saying they can't. I'm not saying that at all. I'm a huge proponent of technology and online learning. I teach a class at NC State University. It's an online class. It's got 150 students in it. I've been teaching it for a dozen years. It started out with some very simple technology, and over time, whatever's the weakest thing is where we try to address it, and the technology just gets better all the time. My concern here is we're starting out with, I also write a textbook, okay? And so that is now an online product, really. That text we give, people talk about textbooks being too expensive. My textbook is free. And the reason it's free is because it's embedded in software and we sell the software. Used to be, we sold the textbook and we gave away a bunch of stuff to the professor for free. Now we give away the book for free, and the software is what people get charged for. But I constantly see my own publisher will come in and say, this is the latest and greatest technology, we've got to have. And I look at it and say, well, how the heck are we going to use it? Well, we're not sure. And so it isn't something that all in 1 year you can go from not having it to it working right. So it goes through literally years of beta testing in my own classes before anybody out there in the public ever has to pay to use it. And that's one of the things I worry about here is I've never seen the technology operating, and I'm not hearing any stories about how this has gone through several years of beta testing before we're going to put the North Carolina stamp of approval on it and say, this is a technology we approve of, and you can get a good education with this technology. And that scares me. That's my main concern.
One of my concerns is, and I kept listening for it because I just knew they were going to bring it up, but they have 16 teachers on their budget, and in their presentation, they didn't touch on how those teachers were going to be used at all. And what I wrote down, heavy on the virtual reality, but very light on that side of the actuality. Like I said, I kept holding out thinking they're gonna talk about how that's being used, but I feel like that small oversight though is very representative of the larger picture.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Alex's sentiments. We interviewed a school back in September, very similar, that had a really interesting technology that could support students in a virtual environment. Let me repeat that. A really interesting technology that can support students in a virtual environment. That's different than running a school. It's different than governing a school. And I think that I too would agree with, I'd like to know examples, whether it's a fully virtual reality charter school out of Utah or a school in Raleigh that's implemented this with 300 other high school students and get some kind of feedback and know what's working and not working before I'm ready to support this. And I'm still not clear on, okay, I'm not clear on what the curriculum is. What I know what virtual reality curriculum is, but what I mean is I heard that there's a lot of different folks out there that create virtual reality curriculum. There's two major players that they probably would choose one or the other. I think I heard, and I don't want to misrepresent, I think I heard that one of the board members may have an affiliation with one of those curriculum providers. If I'm wrong about that, I'll give them a chance to say, Bruce, you're wrong. But then you're going to take what they've created, put it together before the school opens. So they're going to hire someone to do that work before the school opens. The question was that the board would hire that person. That position's not in this budget for during ready to open. There's just I have more unanswered questions than answered questions. And that's not to suggest that there probably isn't some really great uses for this technology, but we're not being asked today to approve the technology. We're being asked today to give a charter to a board to govern a school. And that's different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I see it as supplemental right now until the testing goes through. I think until there's a test, or is it called years of beta testing and things like that. It also feels like, due to using it in this context, which I think you've done a great job bringing this up, there's a lot of questions. And I think when you start suggesting research works in one capacity as in one context, you got to wonder about the overall impact of using it to this level. Could it be detrimental used at this length? There's for as much research can be provided that it provides support. There's ample amount of research that suggests the detriments of screen time for kids and long durations and things of that sort. So like, it just seems like there's a lot of questions. Obviously, I'm out of my depth to even discuss it, but I do think in terms of having comprehensive research right now that suggests a school can be built on this, I think it leaves more questions than answers. I guess if you're ready for motion, I'll make a motion that the Virtual Horizons Charter Schools of North Carolina not be moved to ready to open status. Is that how you would say it?
Yeah, and just to clarify before we get a second on that, we do have three options that we can get a second to the motion that Mr. Sanchez made, which is to not move it forward. The other option is to go ahead and move it forward to RTO. The third option would be to have to come back for a second round interview. But the motion on the table is to not move forward. Would anyone like to second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion or comments?
I'm intrigued by the innovation of this. Also, I just think that I'd love to see you pilot it with an existing brick and mortar charter school that wants to get into the virtual avenue. I think that way you've got a successful partner. You can add this great technology and then you have a model of what's working, and then you start expanding it maybe as a standalone virtual. That would be my recommendation.
And that also,
David, just agreeing with David.
Yeah, and that also allows you, if a current charter school's moving into online already, they have a curriculum, and so this technology can supplement, and that means it can be beta tested. If something's not working, there's a fallback. What I see right now, if something's not working, the students just aren't going to learn because there's not a fallback that I saw that's available. And being able to I realize nobody likes to move slowly, but being able to iterate is really valuable in terms of creating something of high quality.
So we have a motion and a second. Any last comments? Hearing none, Ashley, want to do roll call vote? The motion is to not move the applicant forward.
Right, Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado, Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez.
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Alex left. Okay, it does not, the motion passes, the application does not move forward.
Yeah, so we are going to inform you, you're welcome to appeal this decision. There is an appeal process through the State Board of Ed. I think you would have 10 days to file an appeal, but thank you for your time this afternoon. Yep. Ashley, we have, that's it for today, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
So just tomorrow, we're gonna adjust the agenda. We do have the one amendment to go back to tomorrow morning. I think we can probably do that first thing even before the renewals.
Yes, I have it. Yep, we'll do it first thing.
Okay. All right, I think we're adjourned for the day. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.